Well, hello everyone. Happy Thursday. Wow. August 6th, 7:27 p.m. I'm starting the stream a little bit later than usual, but I'm sure you guys don't mind. Thanks for being here. Hells yeah. I might be interrupted in, I'm not sure. I ordered some chicken. You know, I found this life hack. Okay. I found this life hack, although I still have I think I have about 3 kgs that I need to lose, okay? And I've been decent about going back to the gym regularly, that kind of stuff. I did take the past week off though, because I was catching up on some work things. But one of my life hacks is just eat a shit ton of chicken. So I got from the supermarket, I get the full ass chicken. Not ass chicken, I get full delicious chicken. And then I just shred it all up, you know, it's literally the full thing. It's like garlic, lemon, or salt and pepper. And then I have to spend maybe 5-10 minutes to shred it all up, put it in a Tupperware, and then I just eat that with rice and kimchi basically every day. I was about to say my eating habit is very boring, but I can also realize that my entire life is somewhat boring, if we're being honest here. I live on a routine these days. Sorry, we're just doing random talk here. I just noticed my cats are kind of in frame. We got Kimbap over in this corner area. Let's say hi. Hello, Kimbap. Hello. Good boy. Oh, he said hi back. I just fed him extra food, so I'm curious how he's going to react today. I didn't know if it's going to calm him down or if it's going to make him demand more in the future. I had to put this guy on a diet a while ago as well, so he's done a good job. He's lost the weight. So look at the handsome lad. And then Nala, I don't know where she is. Oh wait, no. She's eating her food in the kitchen right now. Oh, you can see her. Oh, speaking of which, I did mention. Okay, I'll be right back. I got some chicken to take care of. Hold on. You know that super relatable feeling when you're staring up at the ceiling, an IV drip strapped to your arm, keeping you from dying in a remote mountain village in a country you barely knew existed? Wondering whether you'll die first from your heart giving out or from the shame of taking a selfie in your final moments of life? In case you haven't, let me share my adventure in Tajikistan. A quick story about plans going spectacularly wrong, facing my fragile mortality out in the wild, and discovering the incredible beauty of Tajikistan and its people along the way. I hope you enjoy. Okay, I'm back. Anyways, happy, what did I say? Happy Thursday. Now it is officially 7:30 p.m. We're going to do a proper, I don't know, let's say at least 2.5 hours. We're going to go till 10 p.m. my time. Ideally, we'll go for at least 4 to 5 hours today. It just depends on how things go, how productive I feel. I'm feeling in a productive mood though, for sure. So I think we're in for a good day. Where are my cats? My cats are gone now. So, what does a productive day look like for me on today's stream? Well, basically, I want to wrap up all of the gorilla photos. So, wish me luck on that. Yo, we got Kavai in the chat. Kavai says, yo, I was just live. Happy to see you live now. Well, glad you were live. I hope you had a wonderful stream. And thanks for tuning in to this stream. I don't know how long you'll be able to stay. I forget what time it is for you over in the European side of things, but thank you. I just started the stream, so I'm just kind of going through the motions here, trying to set the agenda for today, and then I'll do a little bit of recap in terms of what we got finished, what we accomplished yesterday. Yesterday was a really good day for me in terms of like the photo edits. We can see here, this is the final image that we worked on yesterday. Man, I think it turned out really good. I'm very happy with it. Hold on. I have 2 versions here. Let me see. Are they the same? Oh, yeah, that's right. One of them is, I forgot. I'm testing out the IMAX aspect ratio. I mentioned this yesterday, but I think it'd be kind of funny if I say funny. I think it'd be an interesting YouTube video if I do a photo montage. I have to find a theme to it. but if I can find a theme, whether it's one of my upcoming countries or something, if I make a thematic photo montage video, but all the photos are in the IMAX aspect ratio, which is apparently it's 1.43 by 1, 1.43 to 1 ratio. So I think this photo is in that IMAX. Yeah. So this is IMAX. It'd be like a funny play on words, or that's not even the right way to phrase it, but with all this hype about IMAX these days, thanks to Christopher Nolan, I figure I should hop on that train from a trend standpoint. But also, the thought came to me very randomly, since we're watching all these YouTube videos about cinema and film stuff. So then I was like, oh shoot, what if I make my photos into an IMAX aspect ratio? And so that's one thing, keep a lookout for that as we edit some of these photos. I'm going to start seeing if some of the images could work with that 1.43 to 1. This photo did end up fitting nicely into it because you didn't lose anything really by trimming the edges here. We still kept the story. This photo turned out really, really good, in my opinion, my humble opinion, but I'm very proud of this one. It was, let's see, we were talking about the... Let's see if we can show the entire workflow here. So this was the original image, so unedited, just as I shot it. Shooting, apparently I didn't realize this, but I shot this with my 400mm lens. So I was at quite a distance from the subject, and I had it punched in beyond 400. So my 400mm lens has a built-in 1.4x teleconverter. So that means I was able to punch this into 560mm at aperture 4. So I was able to get this really far away shot. However, I did shoot this at like a super slow shutter speed. What was it? 1/200th of a second. So imagine you're shooting with the big ass 400mm lens at 560, really punched in, and it's a heavy lens, and you're shooting at a slow shutter speed. So hence why, in my opinion, it's not like, I think I did a decent job. There's not too much motion blur, but it was a challenge. And then I think I missed the focus, I definitely missed the focus as well, trying to shoot through the foliage here. So the focus really looks like it's on the gorilla's nose / the lip area. So in an ideal world, I would have gotten the focus right on the eyes, but what can you do? But thankfully, because we were going through the edits and it's such an abstract shot, it ended up not really mattering too much. I did my best to kind of add some texture and some sharpness back to the eyes a little bit. And then ultimately, once I put it through Dehancer as like one of the final stages of my editing workflow, I applied a bit of that film grain texture. So that noise, that graininess also helps to mask the areas that are a bit softer. So yeah, all in all, I'm very, very happy with how this image turned out. I would love to have this printed. I want this bad boy printed on the wall somewhere. I got to think about my strategy. I need to think more like a businessman. So I was wondering, like, should I be reaching out to like my local partners in Uganda, or, just in general to these hotels, lodges, and be like, hey, here are some images I captured of whatever, like the wildlife and the landscapes in your country. What do you say? Would you like to purchase some of my photos so you can have it printed? There's no harm in asking. And I would like to believe my photos can stand on its own. Like, if I was a hotel operations manager or something, and maybe some of my photos I could be like, you know what? Yes, we should have this. We should have this in the lounge, in the common area. Since we do cater to tourists who are here for chimps and gorillas. So anyways, sorry, I'm wishful thinking and business planning right now, but there's things like that I do need to be better about. Oh yeah, and then one thing about this image, we did create a black and white version. So this was also kind of growing on me as from a stylistic standpoint. Because it is such a close-up shot, there's all this blurriness, it's not really meant to add to the scene besides kind of for the mood. So to have this in black and white is not actually a bad idea. I kind of like the cool and the green tones that are surrounding the gorilla. I like the amber colors from the gorilla's eyes being retained. So to me, the color probably is still the one I want to point towards, because there's a nice, I don't know if they're necessarily perfectly complementary in terms of the colors, but having this amber with this shade of green, with this shade of, you know, cool blue whitishness, it feels like it goes well together. But regardless, there is a black and white version, which I'm also happy with. Then what else did we edit yesterday? Let's see. We skipped that one. And then we did one of these, this one. So this is the unedited version, so the before, then the after within my Lightroom preset edits, and then here's the final once we put it through Dehancer. So yeah. Speaking of other business things I should do, I should probably, I didn't get to this on my to-do list, but I do want to send a note to Dehancer and see if they're willing to kind of work with me in a deeper capacity somehow. Because I've been shouting out these guys nonstop, and I've been a huge fan of the Dehancer, you know, features beyond what, in my opinion, I thought they were originally advertising for, which was on the video side of things. So now I can show them how effectively I'm using it for the photo editing process as well. So we'll see. Fingers crossed on that. And I think this is the first image we edited yesterday. Yeah, I think that was it. So, oh no, I forgot. This image ended up turning out really nice as well. I was happy with it. So here's the unedited. We got one of these Rangers here. And then I put it through my own Lightroom presets, yada yada. And then the final touch, cooling it down a bit and then darkening it and texturizing it within Dehancer. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. So yeah, these are the images we got through yesterday. So where are we then? If I'm being productive today, that's a huge if. Let's see here. How many gorilla shots do we have left? We got one of these at least. You know, super cool shot. Should be one of these in focus, I believe. This one looks fairly sharp at 100%. So I'll get one of these shots where you can see the baby gorilla is kind of dangling off of one of the branches. So it's got a, you know, interesting pose off to the side. So one of these for sure. Probably this one. I can't tell if it's super sharp or not. We'll do a quick review later. This one maybe, but it's a little too blurry for me to say it makes sense to tell an interactive story there. This one looks interesting. I like the facial expression. So we got at least 2 images. Definitely one of these. Let's see which one's the best. Oh no. Every single time. Not every single time. My cats, after I feed them, sometimes they go nuts and they're zipping around behind me, guys. I'll have to, if you see me rush away for a second, it's because I need to berate my cats. Okay, this one looks pretty sharp, so we got at least one more here. So what, 3 images? Oh, this one's more interesting, slightly blurry. Ooh, that one's super sharp. Okay. This one I might still end up editing, even though there's a bit of motion blur. Just because there's a nice kind of a pose. If I... Guys. Kimpa. No. Hey. No. Kimpa. Hey. Okay. I did a little bit of yelling. It's funny, every time I yell at Kimpop and I look at him, I don't think he understands what that means, because then he just kind of walks over to me and sniffs my finger. I'm trying to scold him and he's like, what are you talking about? Okay, hold on, where were we? So I think this image I might end up editing, so let's call this image number 4. And then this one is tack sharp on the right eye here. Blurry on the left, but that's okay. I think this one, we can get away with it. And I really like this composition potential. So that one there is what, image number 5. Let's see, do we have a better version? Maybe. No, this one's not as good. This one's got motion blur. And then eyes closed with motion blur. So yeah, we got 5 images. Nose picking, pretty soft. I didn't get the focus on this one. But just because of the nose picking, it could be an interesting one. Maybe. Let's go with 5 images still for sure. And this one, there's just, it's too much obstruction here. that's blocking the face, which I think is not good enough. So, okay, so we got maybe 5 more gorilla photos to work on, and then we're done. Then we got maybe one of these pig shots. I took some portraits of this young girl who's like the babysitter for this little baby there. So I think one of these for sure I'll edit. 2 of these maybe. And then one more nature image. I think this is a panorama, so I'll play with that one. And then yeah, it's the road back home for me. So oh, you can kind of see here, man, right above my eye. This is more of that, man. This is not me looking my best. Let's just be honest. But you can see right above my eye. It looks like there's almost like a welt on my eye. That's from that freaking bug that I talked about, the Nairobi fly. So somehow I got, because the toxin is very, well, you know, the whatever substance that it released is very toxic. And apparently at some point I had it on my fingers, probably when I went to like, you know, massage the back of my neck, and I must have rubbed my eye, and unfortunately that just spread that toxin over to my eye. So then yeah, I was all over, man. It was, talk about not the best experience to have health wise. So either way, I was taking some photos and videos on the drive back, maybe one of these images just for the fun of it. This could be a fun one as an abstract driving shot. Then we have some quick moments, and this is the business as usual for me, guys. So these are similar to what you saw me editing on the road up to Bwindi. So a lot of those kind of cultural shots from the side of the road or from the side of the windshield, that kind of shots. I did the same thing on the drive back. So you'll see a mixture of like my Osmo Nano point of view camera as you see me spot the moment, snap the photo, and then here is the actual photo itself that will hopefully turn into a good image. So we got some of these kind of shots, not my best shots, but some of these could be interesting once I put it through the edits. Like this one could be really interesting just because the composition here, once we crop in a little bit maybe. This one's interesting because the dude, the person, I don't know if it's a dude or, I think it's a dude, or I don't know, but they got a machete. That's the thing that matters. This could be an interesting composition as well, to kind of juxtapose the kids on the left and then this dude. Man, that's so intense. To put all of that on a freaking bike is insane in my opinion, especially on a mountain road. You know, props to him. So that'll be a fun image. Then we got some bike cleaning. Maybe that could be interesting if the composition's not the best. And then sadly I didn't get one of these shots from the side, but this will be pretty cool. Just frame it a certain way. Oh yeah, oh for sure. I think I'll frame it this way. So then we get a little bit of the leading lines. So we'll have the subjects over on the right, and then they're following the line of the road off into the distance. So we're gonna crop it this way for sure. This way is boring. We do have this one dude blurry smiling in the distance. So there could be a framing like this, because it's like there is like a moment where he's smiling, so it feels more like an emotion that you can tie towards. So maybe. And then we've got probably just one of these images from the plane looking down. And then we're done. Then we're done with Uganda. And we can then move on to Tanzania. So we're making strides. So the goal is like, okay, maybe if it's only 5 photos, right? Potentially 5 images to get through all the gorillas today. So let's see if I can hold to it. Before I do that though, let me also BRB just one more time because I want to put my cat's food away so my cats don't go crazy. Here, I'll put it on this one for now. Okay, I'll be back in like 30 seconds. All right, let's do this. My cats have been assuaged. Everyone, let's look at Nala for a little bit longer. Look how beautiful she is. Hold on. Give me a second. We're going to start editing in like, what we'll call it 1 minute from now, because we're going to walk through some of the potential videos to watch while we're doing this. I've been really enjoying this format. I don't know if other streamers do this from like a, you know, photography, photo editing stream perspective. Hold on. Yeah, so what I was saying is I don't know if other photography streamers do what, I guess, the format I'm doing, where while we're editing, I'm watching YouTube videos, right? And I try my best to mix in, like, obviously I'm not staying silent the whole time. It's not like we're just watching and me doing nothing. But it's been really fun to kind of be productive in the sense of like I'm getting through all my photos, but then also learning, right? Because I'm usually watching YouTube videos that are more from the lens of like insights as opposed to just like entertainment. It's not like we're watching a movie, right? We're watching like how to be better at filmmaking, or you know, content creators do this and that. So I've been enjoying that format. I hope you guys find it enjoyable as well. Yo, we got Cyronius saying playing with monkeys again. Technically, hey, how dare you? Technically, they're not monkeys. I think I learned this not too long ago, but I mean, I believe gorillas and chimpanzees, yes, they're primates, but they're not monkeys. But I forget what the actual distinction is. Like what differentiates a primate from a monkey? Hold on, let's look this up. I should know this. Here I am taking people to see these beautiful creatures, and I don't know. What distinguishes a monkey from a primate? It's one of those like rectangle square things. Either all monkeys are primates, but not all primates are monkeys, or a monkey is separate from primates. I don't think that's true. I think it's the former. I don't remember. Yes, okay, I was correct, but I second guessed myself, so it doesn't count. All monkeys are primates, but not all primates are monkeys. Yo, it's like AI was listening to me. I said that verbatim. A primate is a large biological group, an order of mammals that includes humans, apes, monkeys, lemurs, and tarsiers. I should quiz myself so I can remember this part here. Apes, monkeys, lemurs, and tarsiers. Monkey is just one specific type of primate, usually distinguished by having a tail. That's what it was. Okay. I had that as a thought, but I doubted myself. So so monkeys have a tail, narrow chest, and move on all fours across branches. Huh. Well, I feel like chimpanzees would do that too. It's just that they're a bit bigger, so not all branches can hold them. So I'm not sure about this last part here. It's like, oh, if they walk on all fours when they're on a tree branch, then they're a monkey. I don't know about that. I think that's just more of a size differential. Cyroni says great apes, yes, and then the tails. Well, then so Cyroni is even saying great apes. I'm not sure what counts as a great ape. Like, obviously we got gorillas. My question is, I'm assuming orangutans. I never know how to pronounce that. Orangutans, gorillas, and then I'm gonna guess chimpanzees are also great apes. I feel fairly confident about that, but I'm trying to think if there's more beyond it. Hold on. What are the great apes? Okay. Oh yeah, I guess humans. I forgot. Humans count as we are great apes too. Nice. Okay, so chimpanzees, yes. Gorillas, orangutans. Okay, I didn't get bonobos and humans. Okay, so bonobos, humans, chimps, gorillas, orangutans. 5. Anything else? Key characteristics: no tails, high intelligence. Well, that's questionable. Large brains, also questionable. Shared DNA, that I know. The 98.7 is always the number I hear for chimps. Chimps and bonobos, okay. And then 97% with gorillas and orangutans. Cool. Wow, we're learning today. Cyrone says gibbons are just apes, but great apes are much larger. Oh, yeah, they didn't say gibbons. Is gibbons... What type of primate are gibbons? Ooh. Okay. Lesser apes. That's I feel bad for anyone that's considered a lesser ape. What a derogatory way to describe someone. Gibbons are lesser apes, which are a type of tailless primates, yeah. Wait, oh, okay. Tailless primates. They're often called smaller apes. Gotcha. Not monkeys. I would love to encounter a gibbon in person, for sure. I think in China, maybe you can see them. I'm not sure. There's some crazy wildlife in China. I would love to go. Okay, so we learned a lot today. Wow, we can end the stream now feeling so much more educated. Anything else worth noting here? Animals without tails are apes, not monkeys, even though they are still primates. Gotcha. Cool. Well, thank you very much, Cyronius, for igniting such a lesson in today's stream. Tasty. How are you doing, Cyronius? I hope all is well. If you don't mind, Cyronius, sometime over the weekend, I'll schedule some time for us to sync up if you don't mind, if your schedule is free. Would love to kind of double check how things are going with the Bella Box solution, things that I should keep in mind, or some of the products that I should consider purchasing. All of that, I will definitely want to catch up with you, and then let me know how I can compensate you further for your time and your edumacation, your brain, the big primate brain of yours, the greater ape brain of yours. So anyways, let me know. Okay. So where are we? Yes. So we wrapped up our last photo here. Again, I think this is going to be one of the better photos from my trip. This also kind of makes me happy each time because I'm always pleasantly surprised. And I think I'll probably still end up being the type of shooter I've always been, which is like a machine gunner, you know? Some people, they're so... We had different terms for this, right? I forget what we called it. I'm a run and gunner for videography. I'm a machine gunner for like photography. And then you have some people who are the one-shot wonders. Is that the terminology we came up with? I think so. But you got the people who are just like, they see what they want what they see, and then boom, they just snap it and they're done. They don't care about any extra. They just get that one freaking shot. I don't think I could be that selective or so intentional with every capture. It could also just be more of like a wildlife thing as well. It's kind of hard to be that type of shooter for wildlife, given how unpredictable animals can be, how fast they can move. So, you know, all that kind of stuff. But Cyrone says, do you have that Windows mini PC set up, by the way? I do. I have it right next to me. I haven't been using it at all. So it's just collecting dust now. I had this. I was so excited to get it set up. And then you mentioned, was it you, Cyrone? I think it was you. Yeah. At some point we're like, yo, you don't actually need that mini PC for your streams. And I was like, what are you talking about? Because I thought I would have to, you know, put it inside my Nanook Pelican case type solution. And then you had mentioned, that was when I first learned that IRL streamers don't actually bring the PC with them. They do it remotely so that, you know, you have that stable connection. So anyways, lesson learned. I guess I could still bring it and just have it set up in the lodge or, yeah, somewhere with stable connection and then run the stream from there, hook, and then, you know, whatever works best. So there's a chance I could still bring this mini PC. Also, Cyronius, you had mentioned there's a few plugins or solutions that are PC based as opposed to Mac based. So then there is a world where maybe I should actually reconstruct my OBS live stream within the mini PC so that I could use it for IRL streams where some of those additional features that I might not be able to play with here in my home studio, I could take it with me or something. And there's a third world, and I did try to do this initially. I tried to hook up the mini PC to my Mac Studio. So like run both across one across my Mac Studio. So I think that's where the NDI solutions came into effect. I don't know if I'm using the right acronyms, but basically I was mirroring I think I was running OBS from the mini PC, but then trying to have that mirrored into my Mac Studio so that I could use some of those Windows plugins and things like that, because the OBS is actually being powered from the PC, but then it gets mirrored off. Oh, no, it would be, I'm trying to remember now. I think it was the mini PC running the OBS and everything, and then I would mirror the Mac Studio as a scene within OBS. So that way, if I'm doing, like, say, my Lightroom edits or editing my videos or anything else that's pulling from my powerful Mac Studio, I could do so as a window, popped in there. But I forget what the problem was. I ran into some issues trying to do that. I can't remember for the life of me what exactly was the issue, but it wasn't as simple, unfortunately, to make that work. So I just gave up. I was like, yo, it's just, I'm getting lost in the sauce. So Cyrene says the main reason for asking about it was for StreamerBot to work with OBS. Yeah, exactly. I think so. Cyrones, I think even this would be great to chat with you at any point, even on the stream. I don't mind, but like at some point would love to pick your brain on kind of rethinking that, because I did get a little bit, I got pretty far trying to make this work. I even downloaded the thing, right? I think is it called NDI something? Yeah, I downloaded NDI. Yeah, I had the PC running, I had OBS, I had some like sample scenes built out, but then the issue just still came about when maybe it was something to do with the audio. I think that was what the issue was. Hold on. So because I had so imagine I start the stream from the window, from the mini PC, and then I have, let's say, okay, so imagine it could also be the cameras that I have hooked up here. So all the camera sources, my microphone is all technically hooked up to my Mac Studio. So then for the mini PC to grab any of my audio and visuals, it would have to pull that from the Mac Studio. And maybe that's where I also had some issues. If I wanted to select certain sound tracks or whatever, separate out some of the audio, something like that. I don't know. Cyrene says NDI tools. Yeah, that's the one. We can chat more on the weekend for sure. Perfect. Oh, yeah, well, I'll sync up with you. Jumping into a team meeting right now. All right. Well, best of luck to you. I appreciate your time here, and yeah, we'll definitely sync up. So thanks, man. All right. So that aside, where were we? We're gonna edit photos today. Wow. Let me first find the photo I want to edit. Yo, look how crisp the eyes look here. We call this tack sharp. This one is tack sharp on one of the eyes, and this pose just looks so nice, but the eyes are a little bit more blurry. That's a shame. Maybe if we don't crop in too much. If we don't crop in too much, I guess the motion blur on the eyes is not as noticeable, because I really do like this particular pose. This one of the eyes is sharp. So this is the danger you run into when you're shooting at a wide open aperture, right? So here I'm assuming I was shooting, yeah. So I took this with my 85mm lens, so I was like fairly close to the gorillas here, and I was shooting at f1.2. So when you shoot at that f1.2, you have some benefits, but one of the downsides is literally just a sliver of a difference here. Like the baby's head is tilted just enough so that one eye is sharp and the other is blurry. So these are the risks you run into. But for me, this is, when you tie this up with machine gun effect, you just hope for the best. So this one looks clean. Now, all of them, they're not tack sharp when I zoom in beyond 100%. At 100%, it looks much more acceptable as tack sharp, let's say. But when we do the close-up zoom, we do recognize a bit more imperfections in that sense. But the beauty is, like, sometimes you can get away with not having a fully sharp image if you have enough light reflecting off of certain parts. So like so if you look at here, the light is bouncing off both eyes, and I couldn't really say why, but like, I think it's like a psychological thing where even if the parts of this is blurry, having that light bouncing off and how much it draws your attention, I feel like it ends up creating a level of sharpness that isn't there. So it's a weird like mind tricks type thing. So this one I think we will edit. And then I really do want to edit this one. I just wish it was slightly sharper. All right, let's work with this one first and then see how far we get. Okay, so first image here for us to work on. Meanwhile, we got a bunch of YouTube videos lined up. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. I saw a shout out to Shantanu. Shantanu had joined the stream yesterday, I believe, and joined the Discord. So Shantanu was uploading some pictures on Pexel. I've never heard of this website. If you hop in at some point, happy to review live, smiley face. So if Shantanu hops on the stream at some point, we can review some of the photos that they had put in the Discord. In the meantime, though, we're going to work on my own images. What video should we start with? We got some video called Easy Rigs Suck. The Blackbird Mantis fixes that. Damn. Strong words. How Sicario fools its audience. Okay, okay. I like that movie.
Very excited.
Adam Scott was freaked out to be the face of Severance. Conan O'Brien needs a friend. Ooh, interesting. We've been on a Severance breakdown recently. Every photographer should watch this Japanese filmmaker in 2026. Okay, very catchy or very clickbaity. How the cast of Severance got inside our heads. Acting breakdown. Oh yeah, we were watching this before. We didn't finish it. Okay, let's continue this one for now.
Like hell or something?
No.
Then why the f can't I leave?
Well, you did leave just now. Out into the stairwell, at least.
Hold on 1 second. Let's make sure I have something else set up. Oh, my nose is itchy. Okay, so we've done 20 sessions so far of photo editing that I was able to record my screen for. So we're now on session 21. Damn. Okay. Just doing some boring setup stuff here on the side. Cool. All right. We're going to edit now.
You left, but you came back.
I did not.
You did. Come on.
Let's start off with our main guy, Adam Scott. Will contain spoilers of both seasons 1 and 2.
Oh yeah. I guess maybe we won't watch this if it's like proper spoilers. How to analyze cinematography. Okay, let's watch this.
Students, and welcome to the third lesson. Hi there, film students, and welcome to the third lesson in the Insiders Film School, where we master film analysis one concept at a time. So far, we've spent all our time in front of the camera, looking at the symbolic meaning of what we can see in the mise-en-scène and the performance. Today, we're moving behind the camera and looking at one of the more technical aspects of film form, cinematography.
Production value! Gary, you put film in the camera, right? I didn't put it in. What?
Now, one important
Oh, I should
fact
watch
I
that
need to
movie. Super 8. I think I've heard good things about that. Could be wrong.
explain straight off the bat is cinematography is actually a very broad term that encompasses many elements.
Okay, I think this one we will do
aspect
16 by
ratio,
5.
color or monochrome film, film rates and shutter speed, depth of field, and that's not to mention the entire realm of lighting. Rest assured I'll be covering all of these in future lessons, but for this video, I'll specifically be focusing on perhaps the most common use of the term cinematography, which is how the camera frames the scene. And as always, we'll finish with a masterpiece film assignment that I think demonstrates the principles outlined here perfectly. Oh, and one last thing before we get started, a big thank you to all my supporters over on Patreon. They keep this channel running and are always one lesson ahead in this series, so they're already watching how to analyze editing when this is on YouTube. You can do too if you head on over to the link in the description. But even if you can't, you can still really help the channel by trying out the new hype button I've been hearing all about. Right, let's get started with today's lesson.
We're rolling. Stop. Speed. C97, take one. Mark.
You know, it's remarkable to think that many of the concepts we'll
I like
be
the
learning
greens
about
on this
today
one.
aren't
I'm
new.
gonna keep this.
In fact, some of them are centuries old. The rules of composition and framing haven't really changed a great deal since the Greeks experimented with the golden ratio, or the 15th century Renaissance artists who discovered leading
Renaissance.
lines. Even the rule of thirds goes back to the 1700s. We see these same artistic elements in every frame of a film, and just like a masterpiece painting, we can analyze cinematography by identifying specific choices made by the artist, or in our case cinematographer, and then considering their aesthetic and symbolic meaning, like how the distance from the characters can show loneliness, the symmetry lines can indicate uncertainty, the rapid movement can suggest panic. So with that in mind, our first task today is going to be learning about the camera as an artistic medium, so we can accurately describe a shot before considering the intended meaning.
I'm here to learn from you. Maybe you can decide for yourself whether or not I'm qualified enough to do that.
Now, when you really break it down,
was
there
that
are
show?
only 3 ways you can physically manipulate a camera. You can position it in different places within a scene. You can choose how to frame the subject. And you may or may not move the camera around. Each of these are a tool for the cinematographer to make meaning, and they come with quite a bit of terminology, so that's where we're going to start. Get your notebooks ready. Here's how to talk and think like a cinematographer.
Oh,
Okay, so we roll
shit.
first. just
I'm
like
ready.
Your entrance. First mark is where you say the line "Hello, College," and then we head to the phone to the rest of the dialogue.
First up, let's talk about the position of the camera in the film's world, which we described with shot types. Extreme wide shots are all about context. They are most commonly used as establishing shots that tell the spectator where we are at the
Okay.
start of a scene.
For what it's worth, I think it kind of makes me feel better about myself, but we've at least done more than... We're still beginner level, but I think we're at the end of the year of our first year of film school, if I were to, project myself into that world. So I think some of these things might just be stuff that I already know now, thankfully, but it's always good to ground it in my brain.
A bit like a visual slug line. Here, the location is the subject, and if there are any characters, they'll be teeny tiny to give a huge sense of scale. Here's one of the most epic wide shots of all time from Interstellar. Look close or you may miss the spaceship crossing the planet. Moving forward a bit, we have the wide shot, which is mostly used to show the characters within a large setting, so when both are equally important. Think the Spider-Men and the Statue of Liberty, or the Fellowship approaching the Pillars of Kings. This shot type is all about scale and juxtaposition. Take a step closer and we get the full shot, now showing the complete subject. There's no question they are now the main subject of the shot.
I don't
And
think I've
this
heard
one
that
usually
term.
allows us to
I don't think I've heard the term full shot before.
see them head to toe. Ideal if body language is the main aspect of the performance. Think pretty much every lightsaber battle ever. Symbolically, it may also put characters at arm's length if we're uncertain of them, or they're being intentionally isolated. Step in again, and we have the medium full shot, which sits
Medium, I
nicely
know.
between a full and medium shot. Sometimes framed low as a cowboy shot, we're more focused on the characters than the setting here, and as the name suggests, it's great for heroic poses. Next, we have the medium shot, perhaps the most common shot in cinema,
Oh, wait,
as it
hold on.
allows plenty of
So I guess I skipped that part of the class. There's full shot and medium full shot. Okay, I didn't know those two terms. And then there's medium shot. Okay.
detail and information from the subject, and also kind of resembles the
Wait, hold on. Then what's the difference between a medium and a medium full?
Step in again, and we have the medium full shot, which sits nicely between a full and medium shot. Sometimes framed low as a cowboy shot.
So it's just under, so it's part like the quads, I guess? You capture half of the quad?
We're more focused on the characters than the setting here, and as the name suggests, it's great for heroic poses. Next, we have the medium shot, perhaps the most common shot in cinema, as it allows plenty of detail and information from the subject, and also kind of resembles the comfortable distance we keep from each other in the real world. Films are mostly conversations, and conversations are mostly mediums. They may come as a single, a two-shot, or even over the shoulder. Step in and we have the medium close-up, which, you guessed it, is between the medium shot and the close-up. There's slightly more facial information than the medium, without being so intense or personal as the close-up, which is another very common shot in cinema, reserved for moments when the facial performance of an actor takes center stage, be it in moments of anger,
I will make them pay for what they've done.
romance, or when the director wants to make absolutely sure we don't miss something with an insert. Then we arrive right up close and personal with the extreme close-up, where the subject is abstracted, taking up the whole frame or perhaps isolating a specific part of the subject. Finally, I'd also like to include the angle of the shot in camera position, be it high angle, low angle, or most of the time eye level. Of course, there's the more extreme worm's eye or bird's eye view, but they're much less common. Oh, and there's also the Dutch angle, which is pretty much exclusively used to show chaos or disorder or identify a bad guy in a fairly cliche way. So that covers where the camera is positioned. We now need to know how to talk about composition. Now, there's a whole world of artistic theory surrounding composition, but for our needs, we'll cover symmetry, the rule of...
Man, I kind of want to go to film school. Because I imagine it's like business school as well, university, whatever. But it's like, okay, you take this class, you do the boring lectures, you learn the rules. But then most of the time, I'm assuming it's just like you and your classmates all trying to film something, right? Let's put, let's put something together. And I think that's kind of cool. I would love to just be out there doing stuff,
thirds and leading lines. First up, it's worth noting in a scene if symmetry has intentionally been used, which can communicate a sense of order, formality, or precision. Wes Anderson is a big fan of using this, and I think it helps his characters appear wooden or dry. It's part of the punchline.
I don't know, it depends.
Well, you can say that about most anything. It depends. Of course it depends.
Of course it depends. Of course it depends.
It's also often used in supernatural films, evoking a sense of things being unnaturally perfect. So look out for shots that are clearly mirrored or symmetrical. Most of the time, however, shots will be asymmetrical and may follow the rule of thirds. Now, I'd be willing to bet you already know what this is, or at least have encountered it on your phone's camera as the grid overlay. This is a composition tool that creates aesthetically pleasing shots by placing the subject under one of the 4 intersecting lines, or along one of the dividing third lines. Cue artistic rule of thirds montage. As you can see, it makes for some gorgeous shots. For now, just look out for them as an aesthetic choice, and notice specifically where the subject is framed. Does it give them plenty of breathing space with lead room, or does it short-side them, making them feel trapped or isolated? Is there lots of headroom, or very little? Finally, within composition, you should look out for leading lines. This is a tool that subtly directs the spectator's eye towards important information with lines in the environment. This is going to factor more in wider shots, and the best way to start spotting them is to identify the main subject and look for any naturally occurring lines that seem to be pointing towards it. The combination of these 3 compositional elements...
Hello. Daytor says hello. I say hello back. Guten Abend. How are you doing? Happy Thursday. I hope you've had a very productive weekday, all that kind of fun stuff. But yeah, happy evening to ya. It is what, almost 8:30 p.m. I'm working on my first photo right now, so we got some rooms to go. I've got 5 photos. 5 photos. Ooh, I was on the wrong thing here. I've got 5 photos that we need to finish. So this is photo number 1. I've just kind of got started on this. I'm mainly just kind of focusing on brightening up the subject. So you can see here in the original, I've already put a preset on here, but then it's a bit dark on the fur. So I wanted to lift the shadows up a bit more, and then we'll work off of that. So yeah, this is as much as we got. Let's keep watching.
Elements, symmetry, rule of thirds, and leading lines result in attractive frames that aim to direct the spectator's eye in the right place. But of course, they also might symbolically tell us something about the character, the setting, or what's going on.
Show me.
So, the camera can be positioned, it can then frame the subject with composition. The final thing we need to identify is how a camera can move within a scene. Here's how you do it. On its own axis, a camera can pan left or right, and it can tilt up or down. This is often done to slowly reveal something too big to fit in the frame and show the sheer size of it. Or it can act as an alternative to a shot reverse shot during a conversation to hold an awkward moment. If it's done really fast, like a whip pan, it can also make a really cool transition. If the camera itself moves through the scene, we call this a tracking shot. This is where the camera literally moves alongside the subject, often keeping pace with the character as they walk. The effect is immersive, positioning us with the main focus of the scene, so we don't get caught up with everything else going on. Closely related is the dolly shot, which is when the camera moves in or out from the subject on a smooth track. A dolly in usually heightens our focus on a character or object, drawing us in emotionally.
I usually do
dolly out.
I usually use the dolly in. Well, no, I do a virtual version, I guess. So I just zoom in a lot in most of my videos. If I'm going to apply any kind of like motion effects or whatever, it tends to be just like subtly zooming in onto the shot or zooming out.
Increased distance, signaling detachment or a loss of connection. When combined with a simultaneous zoom in the opposite direction, you get the famous dolly zoom, where the subject stays the same size in the frame, but the background stretches or contracts unnaturally, often used to visualize shock or dread. Next, we have freehand or handheld camera movement. Unlike the smooth, controlled quality of a dolly or a track, handheld shots are deliberately unstable. They bring a documentary-like realism that can heighten tension or chaos in an action scene. In moments of drama, it can make us feel uncomfortably close, as if we're intruding on something private. Of course, the simplest option for the camera is to not move at all. A static shot can be incredibly powerful, holding the frame steady while the action unfolds within it. This often creates a sense of stillness, formality, or even a sense of tension, as the audience is left to study the scene without distraction. Directors sometimes use static shots to mimic the experience of watching theatre, or to lock us into a character's perspective, forcing us to sit with their emotions. In contrast, holding the frame still while chaos erupts inside it can heighten the disorder in the scene itself. So that's step 1, being able to accurately identify what the camera is doing in a scene. And it's really important you feel comfortable with this language, as the more you notice here, the more material you'll have to analyze in step 2. Just remember, camera position, composition, and movement. You'll get better and better at this with practice, and like I said at the start of this episode, there are many more cinematography terms that you'll learn in due course to further describe a shot. This, for example, is a naturally lit, slow shutter, shallow depth of field mid-shot, giving us way more things to analyze, but for now, you are equipped with the key language to describe any shot. Now, step 2 is to consider the symbolic meaning of everything we've identified, which I've kind of demonstrated in many of the examples we've seen so far. Now, the beauty of any art form is that there are literally limitless ways that these
Okay, quick pause as we're gonna start applying some Dehancer effects to this image. I think this is going to turn out quite nice. Just from the quick little glance at some of the preset edits I've done before. One of the best parts of photographing gorillas tends to be their amber eyes. The color of their eyes tends to look really striking when, juxtaposed against the dark black fur that they've got around them. So if I have a good shot, it's usually one where you can see clearly their eyes surrounded by the fur. So if I can accentuate it, even better. And I'm seeing with some of the adjustments we can do here, there are opportunities to make the eyes really stand out. So, all right, wish me luck.
Simple tools can make meaning. It all depends on the context and how it's used. When we come to consider the meaning of whatever it is you've identified, it's worth first distinguishing between the two main approaches to camera work available to filmmakers. On the one end, we have realist camera work, which feels authentic and immersive, where we're more accurately aware that the cameraman could physically be in the scene, reacting to events like a real person would. Children of Men is a great example, filmed handheld throughout, which creates a very visceral effect. Other great examples include the cockpit scenes in F1, the beach landing in Saving Private Ryan, or point of view shots that literally put the spectator in the scene. At the other end of the scale, formalist camera work draws attention to the artistry of the camera itself, and this is where we really get to grapple with the symbolic meaning of cinematography. And it allows a greater deal of interpretation than purely realist camera work. As we've been doing throughout this lesson, consider the framing of a character. How does it make you feel towards them? Or what about the relationship between these two characters? How do we know they're falling in love just by the way they're framed? This can be subtle, like an incredibly slow dolly in that symbolizes being lost in thought, or it can be striking, such as an upside down shot representing a character experiencing psychosis. How does this side track shot from Taxi Driver signify disappointment?
Did you get my flowers in the... You didn't get them. But I sent some flowers.
How differently would we feel about Hannibal Lecter if he was shot from the side rather than front on when we first meet him?
Good morning.
We really could go on for hours with examples of specific camera work being used to signify something, but the key thing here is looking for intent. As with identifying shot type, interpreting gets easier with practice, but if you're stuck, the best thing to do is to work backwards. You should be able to gauge the emotional tone or theme of a scene easily enough through the performance and the visuals. If you're struggling to analyze camera work, assume that it's going for the same tone. How might the elements that you've noticed be achieving this? If you're anything like my students, before long, you'll find yourself interpreting cinematography with ease, and it quickly becomes one of the most engaging and rewarding aspects of film analysis. Which brings us to the end of another lesson. As always, if you've made it this far, I'd be really grateful if you left a like on the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you want to be notified of when the next lesson goes live on YouTube, perhaps consider subscribing.
Thank you very much. I did appreciate this. The Media Insider. Okay. Well, hopefully more of these videos pop up in the future. Nixon 5. Oh, wait, we were watching Y... Wait, where'd it go? We had the Y horror is the last genre. Did we not finish it? Ben Stiller, Christopher Nolan. Oh, maybe I did finish it. Okay. All right, let's work backwards then. 7-year update, the truth about video editing software in Hollywood. I was curious about this. Okay, it was timestamped to here, so let me see.
The user still had legacy licenses which were not yet counted within cloud subscriptions. Now, if we fast forward to late 2023, Avid reported over 150,000 cloud subscriptions for Media Composer prior to their acquisition by the private equity firm Symphony Technology Group. It's pretty clear, Avid remains the standard for film and TV editing in 2024. Now, what will happen now that private equity owns Avid? Well, that's a subject for another video. Premiere Pro has been part of the Adobe Creative Cloud package since its inception, giving Adobe a significant advantage to gain users due to the existing widespread use of other Adobe apps like Photoshop and Illustrator. I mean, Premiere is right there to download and use. In 2017, Adobe also had an industry misstep to continue.
I don't care. I thought I'd be interested in this, but I guess I'm not right now. Yeah, we got Beatty in the chat. Beatty says, hello, hello. Hope you are all doing well today. Thank you very much. Doing very well. Just working through my gorilla photos. I'm very happy with... So yesterday was a productive stream. I got through a number of the gorilla shots, and some of them turned out exceptional. Like, I'm super happy with how they turned out. Very, very thrilled. And I hope today is no different. I'm working on the first image here. So we got this kind of interesting shot of this baby gorilla and the eyes. Even though technically when I zoom in properly, you'll notice that it's not fully focused on the eyes. It is still fairly sharp though, like no complaints. I think it'll work out nicely. So yeah, just working through this one a bit more. I hope you're doing well. Hope life's treating you well over in, do they call it the Big Apple? Or do people even say that these days? In the meantime, let's go ahead and watch this video called Where Do You Put the Camera? From Every Frame of Painting. Okay, okay.
If there's one question that crosses every filmmaker's mind, it's, where am I going to put the camera?
Yep.
Because after all, we can put the camera almost anywhere. We can shoot wide, medium, tight, cowboy, over-shoulder, head-on, profile, silhouette, clean, dirty, 2-shot, 3-shot, 4-shot, static, moving, practical, CG, location, volume, dolly, car mount, gimbal,
I do find that after all these years, and with all the new technology, there are more choices, and it's kind of good in a way, except that more than 2/3 of those choices you don't need to make.
Right, because you end up wasting time or something?
It's wasting time.
So that raises the question, when we're placing the camera, what are the choices we need to make? First, we need to decide, what is the scene about? Every scene has an intention, a reason to be in the movie, and it's our job to figure out that intention, even if we wrote the script.
You write it, you think you figure it out. Then the director says, who the fuck wrote this? Even if it's you.
Sometimes the intention is as simple as, the audience needs to see this piece of information.
You all right? You want something to read? Magazine?
In order to move the story along. But other times, a scene will require more nuance. And this is where the art of interpretation comes in.
Here's an example of a perfectly simple scene that it took me a good hour and 15 minutes to figure out how to shoot. The scene wasn't important. What was being said wasn't important.
God, I think I lost my car.
Are you serious?
Oh, Jesus, I'm so stupid.
You are so stupid. You know.
Even though a scene might have 5, 10, 15 things going on, it is ultimately about one thing.
And so I just sat down at a certain point and I thought, okay, what's the scene about? What is the scene about? The scene is about a guy in the cart. That's what the scene is about. And as soon as I figured that out, designing that shot was easy.
Struggling on this one. BD says, yeah, just quite tired. Spent a couple days in Detroit. Okay. Flew in really early yesterday morning and haven't gotten much sleep. Well, I hope you enjoyed your time in Detroit. I know in the States there's a big election. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago or something like that? So I'm assuming Michigan was quite hectic. Captain El Naboggin says, can you see the YouTube comments? Oh, is it not? Hold on. Oh, thank you very much, Katzenel and Boggin. I apologize, Shantanu. I didn't see your message. It was not working. I don't know why. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. My YouTube chat was not hooked up. Or every once in a while, I have this issue. It doesn't sync to OBS. Give me a second. Let me see if I can fix it. Here, let me just keep playing this out.
Easy.
Thank you, Katzenel, for letting me know.
To direct the audience's attention to that one thing.
But it's really that simple sometimes. Like, what information do we really need to get out of this scene?
The next decision is, how do we block the actors?
Test. Let me see.
Whether we solve it with storyboards, figurines, or during rehearsal, how the actors move often informs where the camera should go.
How do you construct the shot, though? What's the process of actually working out, choreographing the camera related to the actors?
Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, now it's working. So Shantanu, thank you very much. I apologize. Here, I'll say it in the Discord as well. Shantanu, sorry, my YouTube chat wasn't syncing for some reason. So I don't know if Shantanu, you're still here. What's up? We got Swiss Army. I didn't see you there as well. Yeah, Jesus. I don't know why this happens occasionally, but something breaks and I don't notice until it's too late. Shantanu had said in the past, let's see, hello, Yo Cat is a paid actor. Yeah, I do pay her with free room and board, if that counts. Katzenell and Boggin over on YouTube had said, I actually went to the hospital and they said they can't do anything. I will now leave it into fate's hands. What are you talking about? Or did I miss I might have missed something prior to that. Well, if you're being serious about the hospital thing, I hope you're doing okay. I see it over on the chat over in OBS now as well. What's yeah, I might be missing some of the context there, but whatever the reason you're at the hospital, I mean, I know it never is good to be there, I guess, but I hope you're able to take care of whatever the issue is. Swiss says, yep, what's going on? Just arrived. Oh, what's going on, Swiss? Yeah, sorry, man. Everything was broken earlier. Jesus. Okay, I think we fixed it. BD said, hold on, I missed then from BD. That's what I was doing out there. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, I hope you got the results you're looking for, because I know elections you can't please everyone. So I hope you had a productive time there, whatever, whether it's for pleasure or for productive, whatever it was. Detroit was great. Never really have spent much time there before. I don't think I've ever been to. Maybe I drove through Detroit actually, but it wasn't memorable enough. Swiss says, "Oh, Katzenell and Bogus says the cards from yesterday. The cards from yesterday. Yo, why is my brain fried? What were the cards from yesterday?" Swiss says, "I've been watching the DARPA Lift Challenge stream. What the heck is that?" I got, Katzenell and Bogus. That's right, the thing you were mentioning. Okay, I totally forgot the context. So I thought you were talking about yourself. You went to the hospital for, okay. Rewind. You're talking about how you were at a photography event the other day. Some lady that you took a photo of dropped her 2 terabyte memory card. And so you had commented on some other photographer's photo with that image of the lady being like, hey, this lady was at that event. Do you happen to know her? I would like to return this memory card to her. At which point that dude blocked you. And then you were trying to figure out how else can you return it. So we had recommended you should just call the hospital or let them know, and then tell them if someone has called about it, or if they do call about it, that they can reach out to you. Otherwise, just keep the card. So I think that was the context. So then let me read what you said. You said, I actually went to the hospital and they said they can't do anything, so I will now leave it into fate's hands. Yeah. Okay. Well, listen, you tried. That's all you can do. If you found $50 on the floor in I don't know, some venue, it's the same concept. You can, or let's say, I don't know, whatever the dollar figure is. And I think people have different feelings about this. But let's say you found $50 just lying on the floor, and you knew whose money it was. Because if it's just $50 lying on the floor, maybe I'd be like, you know what? No one's around here. It's mine now, right? But if it's a big sum of money, that's a different thing, right? If there's $2,000 lying on the floor, I don't think I would just be like, ooh, okay, it's my money now. I would feel like, okay, this clearly is not, this is some amount that's someone's probably needing for who knows what, right? It could be something super important or nothing, really. But so then you let the lost and found know, or you let them know, like, hey, if someone dropped something of value, if someone calls about it, can you let me know, and we'll take it from there. So it's the same thing, 2.5. Yeah, there's $2.5 million on the floor. Ooh, man, my ethics are being pushed at that point. Ooh, I don't know. It might not even be an ethical question at that point. It might just be a self-preservation point. If it's like sometimes in the news you hear about someone who found, I don't know, hey, we found something floating in the ocean, and it's like 10 kgs of cocaine or something, right? I don't know, or whatever, something like that. It's like, okay, at that point, ooh, I don't want to be anywhere near this. Someone's going to be looking for this, and I don't want to be the person that they find. So $2.5 million in cash for drone development. Yeah. BD says, yes, went 2 for 2 on our slate, even though it was looking a little too close for way too long for some time there, especially in the one that was most paid attention to. Well, congratulations to you. It sounds like you got the results you want, even if it's a nail biter. I mean, a win is a win. So congrats to you. So it says Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. What the hell did I just read? DARPA. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. DARPA is a U.S. defense agency that creates breakthrough technologies for national security. Gotcha. Wow, that was a mouthful. I will always say DARPA from now on. They're putting on a public drone challenge to hopefully advance the payload to weight ratios. Everybody has their number. Yeah, and everyone's got their, everyone's ethics will be questioned. Their morals will be pushed. There's always a line that you can always, think through on that one. Anyways, thanks guys for being here. I apologize that my YouTube chat was not functioning previously, but I think we're back on track now. BD says, now back to real work. These projects are making me pull my hair out. Yeah, well, listen. As long as you're working, right? In this day and age where so many people are struggling, there's so many layoffs, there's so much issues, it's just only getting worse. I feel for everyone. So yeah, as long as you're working, what can you say? All right, let's keep watching this video about something about how to put your camera somewhere. And then I want to wrap up this image here. I've been at the tail end of finishing this photo.
Sir. Fundamental, this. Absolutely fundamental. We watch the action first.
Let's take a look at the same scene, blocked 2 different ways. In the 1969 version of True Grit, Rooster Cogburn is standing on a staircase by himself when Maddie Ross approaches.
Mr. Rooster Cogburn?
Why is it?
I'd like to talk with you a minute.
Because of where she's standing, the two of them are placed at an equal height. While in the 2010 version, Maddie is already at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for him.
Mr. Cogburn?
Oh yeah, she's the girl, she was in Sinners, right? I guess she grew up and everything, but I mean, that's how time works. She was really good in this movie, True Grit. I wouldn't mind watching this again. Yeah, this is a really good, I kind of like these Western style movies. Katzenellen Boggin says, LMAO, we have a potential warlord in chat. Yeah. Listen, keep it to yourself, I guess.
What is it?
I'd like to talk to you a minute.
What is it?
And as a direct result, he towers over her. In this blocking, he keeps moving, and she has to chase him. But in this blocking, she stops him.
What does
no matter
that mean?
how he moves.
So is blocking a key term in filmmaking? We learned dailies. So now I know dailies is a term a lot of filmmakers use or in the production of it. And now I'm hearing this term blocking.
Cogburn?
What is it?
I'd like to talk to you a minute.
What is it?
And as a direct result, he towers over her. In this blocking, he keeps moving, and she has to chase him. But in this blocking, she stops him. No matter how he moves, she's already there.
You don't go out there.
So is blocking just like a lingo for saying like in this section, this like scene maybe? Swiss says blocking is the placement of your cast and camera movements. Oh, okay. So like there's a series of shots where they had a certain placement of the cast and the movement of the camera. So you call that a blocking. Okay. Cool. We're learning. Katzenella Bogga says, what YouTube channel are you watching? This one is Every Frame a Painting. A friend of mine recommended this channel to me, so I'm glad we're watching. And this might be the first of this channel's videos I'm actually watching. But it's called Where Do You Put the Camera? So let's find out. Blocking.
Notions of how you're going to set the camera for every scene. You watch the scene.
I'm afraid nothing's going to be done about Cheney unless I do it myself.
And there's a place to see it.
Nobody here knew my father, and I'm afraid nothing is going to be done about Cheney except I do it.
That's where you put the camera.
Wow, the acting was kind of similar between the two. I think that's a good thing, right?
The third choice is a bit more abstract. How do we want the camera to behave?
The shots were designed, or at least I like to call it like a philosophy of a shot.
With every project, even every scene, we choose a general approach for the camera, which influences where we want to put it.
I do this counter movement in all my movies, which
Guillermo.
is you receive them and you counter with the character. It's in Devil's Backbone, it's in Chronos, it's in Hellboy 2. because I think it's great to discover the space first with the character.
What's interesting about this is that no two filmmakers have the exact same view. Some people stick to a general philosophy, and then they refine within that.
A pigeon
While
sat on...
others
What the
have
hell
a
is that
different
movie
camera
title? Hold on. This movie's called A Pigeon Sat on a Branch Reflecting on Existence. Oh my god. This feels like a movie I would like to watch. By Roy Anderson. I've seen that name somewhere. So maybe I would recognize this person's movie from 2014. Okay. What a quirky
While
name.
others have a different camera style for almost every project.
Well, I kind of had an image of Lady Bird, like that I wanted it to be almost like stained glass windows in churches. Because it's Catholic school and all of that, I was sort of like thinking of everything as presentation within a frame. But then when I got to Little Women, I had the opposite feeling. I felt like I wanted the camera to be alive and curious and a dancer. Like I almost wanted the camera to start young and then get older, like the girls did.
What matters is that we choose something that
Yo,
the
that's
crew
a
can
cool
work off
concept.
of.
Who is this
Because-
lady? Greta Gerwig. I didn't see Lady Bird. Isn't that the movie that... Was Lady Bird the movie that won Best Picture, maybe? I don't know. But wait, so she was saying... I need to rewatch that. She said she was changing the camera style... Or she was aging the camera as the women aged. But I didn't exactly get how she was doing that. Hold on.
Presentation with...
Beatty says, talking about dailies, we have way too much dailies work this week. I never actually looked up the definition of dailies. Hold on, let's just go ahead and do that. What are dailies in film? Dailies, also called rushes, are the raw, unedited footage shot during a single day of production, reviewed. Okay, so my assumption was that it was like a debrief. So like at the end of the day, maybe you do a little debrief to say like, hey, how are we doing? Is there any changes we got to make or pivots? So it's the time when you're reviewing. I'm assuming, yeah, it's a review of the raw, unedited footage. Reviewed by the director, cinematographer, and producers. They help the team catch technical errors, assess actor performances, spot missing shots before moving to a new location. Okay. But is it so it is a daily thing, or it's every day of production. Okay. It's for quality control, performance assessment, catching mistakes early. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I get the general term from my corporate job working days. But yeah, it's like sometimes we call it stand-ups. But yeah. Okay. Cool.
Within a frame. But then when I got to Little Women, I had the opposite feeling. I felt like I wanted the camera to be alive and curious and a dancer. Like I almost wanted the camera to start young and then get older, like the girls did.
What matters is that we choose something that the crew can work off of, because inevitably, some of it will change due to the realities of production.
I always tell a story of Fargo because they said they wanted the feel of a kind of Ken Loach movie, that it was kind of observational. And the first shot we set up with was 150-foot tracking shot. So the first shot, it went out the window, you know. Still had that feel at the end. You still had that original concept. It's just, you know, certain times you break it, don't you?
But deciding where to put the camera is not just about story, or blocking, or theory, or practicality. It's about something more personal.
It always goes down to the basic as an actor and as a director. What do you want to say?
Right.
For us, this is the crucial choice. What do we want to say informs everything, from the intention of the scene, to the actor's performances, to the behavior of the camera. And this question is the most difficult, because it's the most personal. No one else can answer it. And in the middle of production, with everything going on, it can be very easy to lose track of it.
And what's in the way? Something's in the way. What the hell is it? Is it technology or is...
Hey, it's Timothy Chalamet. BD says Roger Deakins. Oh, I've heard that name. Roger Deakins. Haven't heard his voice in quite a while, strangely. Oh, did I miss it? Wait, who is Roger Deakins? This guy?
It's about something more personal.
It always goes down to the basic as an actor and as a director. What do you want to say?
Right.
For us, this is the crucial choice.
I'm going to guess that's Roger Deakins.
What do we want to say informs everything, from the intention of the scene, to the actor's performances, to the behavior of the camera.
What is this movie?
And this question is the most difficult because it's the most personal. No one else can answer it. And in the middle of production, with everything going on, it can be very easy to lose track of it.
Man, I would love to be on a professional set like that. That's kind of crazy. I would love to operate those big ass cameras. Beatty says, no, that's Martin Scorsese. Oh, that's what he looks like. Okay. Well, then I don't know who Roger Deakins is. Okay. Also, pausing. Photo is complete, finally. So I think I'm sticking to this kind of a 16:5 aspect ratio, I believe. Yeah, 16:5 aspect ratio. I quite like this for this particular shot because, you know, we have the space to be able to do the super wide angle, and the eyes of the baby gorilla catches the light enough that it just draws your attention right away. So even though we got this very expansive feel because of the super wide angle, your eye still just naturally gets drawn to that. And so, yeah, I think it's a nice little play on scale, but then not having to hunt for your subject. So I think the 16:5 works nicely there. And then I do need to figure out how to, okay, here's what I'll do. I run into this issue sometimes where, let's say, we keep this cropping and then I'll need to, hold on. Let me copy everything, check all. No, I need to copy cropping, hold on. Copy the cropping. And then here I'm gonna reset everything. And then only keep the cropping. And then, sorry guys, what I'm doing probably makes zero sense, but I have this issue where if I'm trying to show the before and after of the image, but then I did cropping prior to bringing it into Dehancer, and then I do additional cropping after I bring it out of Dehancer, an issue I run into is that I can't match the actual cropping directly, except for manually trying to do my best, which is super annoying. So then what I do is I have to recreate a Dehancer, like as if I'm going to edit in Dehancer, which creates a new image copy. And then from there, I can apply whatever cropping I did. So I went from a 16:9 to a 16:5. So then here I can now choose 16:5, and it should match to the other one. There we go. I hope that made sense, but it made sense to me. So now at least I can show this like before and after. So this is the before shot in this same aspect ratio. And then here's the after shot in that 16:5. So yeah, I'm happy with this image. Swiss says, one day I will take you on one. Oh, on one of those big sets? Hells yeah. Big sets are fun. However, typically you're there to do a job and leave. You actually learn more having to do it all on smaller projects. For sure, for sure. Yeah, listen, that is my ambitions haven't changed. My goal is to essentially get into this type of world, right? To work on those types of projects. I had a good chat with someone recently, just the other day, basically, about, I had like a video idea. Video is the wrong word, but basically I had this idea for like a film concept around like more documentary style thing that I'm doing. It's still early days, so I don't want to like talk too much about it now because, like, you know, who knows if it's good or not. But yeah, it seemed pretty promising. And so there's a few, I mean, I say a few, there's like 1,000 different things that need to be kind of figured out before it's actually something that we can take forward. But yeah, it's really fun, right? Just to even be in that kind of a conversation, potentially get something that's on a bigger set or a bigger budget than like my typical, just me on my own trying to film something. So but yeah, speaking of other stuff, Swiss, by the way, I'll message you if this weekend you're free. Would be great to catch up, just to like start putting some thoughts together in terms of the gear stuff, the production dates, or like the dates that we could potentially go. As of now, it seems locked in on their end, or they're aware of those dates. I think, what did we say, like November, mid-November. Unfortunately, I don't think they have availability prior or after, because apparently it's a busy month for them, but I don't know if they have any need for extra work before or after that live stream set date, because it would have been nice if we could have like done additional work while we're in Kenya, right? And then stay at some of their lodges for free while we're capturing content and things. So I don't know if that part will be possible, but at the very least, at least we've got those 5 nights, 6 days locked in. And so, yeah, anyways, we'll chat about it. I'm very excited. Things are coming together. So, all right, here we go. So we got one image done. We got through one freaking image. Let's keep watching this.
And what's in the way?
Something's
in the way. What the hell is it? Is it technology, or is somebody, distracted?
So this is Martin Scorsese's voice. I'll try to remember that. Swiss says, I think Sunday is going to be better for me with the time difference. I'm still busy till about 1 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. Yeah, cool. Let's target Sunday. Cheers. Appreciate it.
It's that simple.
Sometimes the thing in our way is equipment. Sometimes it's the weather. Sometimes it's a lack of resources. And sometimes the thing in our way
is yourself.
People have asked what directing is like. What is the experience like? I have to admit that it's always a bit nerve-wracking. None more so than your first time, where you're surrounded by a lot of people with more experience at what they do than you have at what you're doing.
That's a cut.
All right, I'm going to edit this one too. Because
Seatbelt.
I think what I mentioned is if you zoom in closely on this image, one of the eyes is blurry. But I think, you know what? I think I'm okay with that. Because it looks so prominent, it's excusable. So I do want to see if I can play with this image and see if we have something.
The truth of it is that you have nothing to rely on at the end of the day except your own instincts. For me, the creative process is the process of learning to trust that your creative instincts will carry you through. There aren't specifically right or wrong choices. There are the choices that make sense to you, and those are the choices that you must make.
Wow. Great one. Thank you, Every Frame of Painting. What do we got next? Oh my god, isn't that gorgeous? Japan, Sony FX5. Okay, it's only 3 minutes. Let's watch this. We're going to watch a bit more glazing of the Sony FX3, it seems like. Again, I keep making this comment, but sometimes I find it's helpful to reiterate things until it's burned into my mind. For my future travels, I am absolutely going to be trying to do this kind of stuff more. Like, is the term locked on or locked off shots? Basically, set my camera on a tripod, no motion, let the world move around the lens. Because I tend to not do that. I tend to be the one hand-holding and tracking, motion tracking, or whatever else. But there's something to the stillness of some of these types of video captures I didn't notice before. It just took literally watching these videos and learning over time to realize why it's so cinematic, right? Why it's so artistic and emotionally drawing. So.
We have specialized in a certain kind of awareness that makes us neglectful. You see, we specialize in more or less briefly concentrated, pinpoint attention. We look at this and we look at that.
That's a cool shot.
And we select from all the things we might possibly be aware of only certain things. And as a result of that, we leave out of our everyday consciousness one amazing beauty of experience that we never see at all. And on the other hand, the very deep thing.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I don't know if other people feel this way, and it could just be my own. I don't know if insecurity is the right word, but there's something about like when I see videos like this where the dude is like putting himself in the frame for just like some of these kind of shots. It just feels weird. I don't know how to. Maybe okay, hold on. I could be wrong. Maybe let's see, who is this creator? No, I'm not wrong. Okay, so the guy is Jordan Taylor Wright. So this is him. I was gonna say if it's the girl, the girl is like the actual YouTube channel and she's filming her boyfriend or something.
Point attention.
But I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know why it even matters in my mind. But I figured I'd just share my thoughts regardless. But it feels like narcissistic is too strong of a word, so it's definitely not that. But, and again, I think this probably ties more to my own insecurities of like not having wanted to put myself in front of the camera often. So just letting all the cards on the table of like whatever biases and stuff. But as I'm watching this and I keep seeing shots of him, I don't know why, but it's like bothering me a little bit. It's like one thing if you're in the shot for a specific reason, like if there's a story and you're talking about, I was doing this, and then as I was exploring this part of Japan and I saw this thing and that, like that's different because now as part of a story, you have to be in the frame based on the dialogue or the voiceover as well. But then here, I don't know why, but it's yeah. And I can't even voice properly why I'm having this feeling of something. Beatty says a good inspiration for sort of this kind of thing too is the opening sequences of The Bear. Man, yo, Beatty, I don't know if you probably weren't here on, was it last week or 2 weeks ago? No, it was a while ago. Whenever the last season of The Bear came out, I binged watched the entirety of it, I think in a single night. I stayed up all night to finish it. And what I said on the subsequent streams is I think The Bear is probably my favorite drama series ever. Like just hands down, the emotions, the rawness that you feel watching it, the elements of humor and like how it can mix in lighthearted moments with the very deadly serious type feelings and the heaviness of the emotions. The character driven, like the character arcs for every freaking character, you're like super invested in. They're properly going through whatever life is throwing at them. And so I just felt like the acting was amazing, the soundtracks, the cinematography. I also mentioned how every episode felt like it was a standalone film. Like it just felt like whoever was the writers or however they work on the show, but like every single episode felt like they had a finished storyline, start to, from the first frame of the episode all the way to the last frame, it was meant to be standalone. So it just felt really artistic. Yeah, I don't know. I can't say enough good things about it. I just think it's an incredible show. So, and then, yeah, like even the way they film stuff, it was definitely eye-catching. I don't think I'd noticed before because I'm still too junior in terms of like learning about all the film techniques and like even just having an eye for watching for it. But I do remember thinking as I was watching The Bear that they were doing such shallow depth field. Like they were using such a wide aperture, super shallow focus that like, oftentimes in these super close-up shots, you could tell that the eye wasn't even in focus. They were just losing focus half the times, it felt like. But it was definitely an artistic decision. And it looked really good regardless, right? So I'm learning a bit more about like, okay, you don't always have to have the eye in focus. It seems kind of like, it's a nice rule to have, but it's not necessary. You have ways to work around it. Yeah, anyways, amazing. Beatty says, yes, it's one of the most fantastic examples of episodic television in the past 20 years. I used to work on a lot of projects with the creator, and he has wanted to develop this for as long as I've known him, and they never gave him much opportunity. Well, that's pretty amazing that you got to work with this the creator. I don't know anything about the guy. I don't know if it's one person or multiple or anything, right? I just felt like it definitely is a show for anyone who is creative, right? If you are anyone that's pursuing something artistic or entrepreneurial, anyone who's driven by their passions, right? This show really kind of speaks to that, like the real, like the real elements of what it takes to be successful, to kind of master your craft or to perfect your craft or to be striving for perfection. And I feel like it does a really good job of showing the double-edged sword elements of it, right? And like, is it at what cost? I feel like that's a question that's like driving every episode. It's like, okay, well, but at what cost is this worth it? Yeah, man, it's so good. It's so freaking good. So, anyways, it's also great that once it achieved critical success, Disney gave the team the space to remain as a core group and not pile in a whole lot of writers and development. The other thing I really liked about it is, do they have any famous actors? I guess the main character, I don't know his name even. I guess he was in a few movies I've seen, I think. I feel like I've seen him in some random stuff. But for the most part, it felt like every actor was not some, A-list, whatever the hell, and so they did and I kind of missed that because we were talking about this before. I was talking with my friend. It gets a little bit tiring when you see every freaking Hollywood movie is using the same 5-6 actors. I really like Zendaya. I like Tom Holland. I like all those guys you see. But it's like, really, do we need another movie with The Rock or with Jason Momoa and Josh Brolin? And it's like, I'm saying this thinking like these are amazing actors, but yeah, I don't know. It can, so that's where I think the movie Obsession was so refreshing, right? Because you're like, it's unknown names, which means that if the movie's good, if the acting's great, it's because they did a great job. And it wasn't just like a big name pulling the bias forward. And then I thought the acting was so good that a lot of those actors ended up in other shows and movies shortly after. I just watched Spider-Man, the new one, and one of the actresses from The Bear is in there in like a pretty prominent role. Like, as far as like other characters are involved in that movie, I was like, oh, good for you. Because she was amazing. Man, what a show. Okay. All right. I got to edit some photos here. Beatty says that's what maintained the quality of the series all throughout. Yeah, that's really great when you're allowed space to do it your way. If there's one thing I was learning from watching a lot of these behind-the-scenes videos about Quentin Tarantino, it seemed like there was a lot of those moments where the studio or the executives, try to butt in, with their opinions or their ideas. And thankfully, Tarantino pushed back and was stubborn enough to, draw a line in the sand. And now we got the movies that we did the way we got it, right? So yeah, sometimes you just have to get out of the way of the creatives. So other than John Bernthal, oh yeah, holy crap, I forgot. John Bernthal was in it. Yeah, of course. But he's not like is he considered an A-lister? I guess I've seen him in Walking Dead. That was the first time I saw him in anything. And then he was in The Punisher. But it's not like he was a really big name per se. I feel like, I don't know. He was like pretty big, but not that big. Olivia Colman, I don't know who she is. Oh yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis was in there. Oh wait, man, I can't believe I'm like spacing out. Some of these characters I completely forgot about. I think because that last season was so laser focused on a few of the key actors, so that I kind of forgot about some of the rest. That might be one. Actually, you know what? I was going to say, is that one of the downsides of the final season, that they don't necessarily showcase John Bernthal as much in the sense of like flashbacks or things like that? I don't know. But you know what? I kind of think it worked out because part of the show, not like without any spoilers or anything, but part of the show is about like, how do you move forward, right? How do you not let the past kind of weigh you down? And so it feels like there's a turning, like a fresh leaf type thing or fresh page or whatever the freaking phrase is. So anyways, great show. Thanks for reminding me, Beatty. It's amazing.
We have special lives.
Yeah, so this is, so all of this to say, seeing this dude in the shots is bothering me, and I couldn't tell you why. I'm letting you know. It's probably not for good reasons, but it doesn't. It feels jarring to me a little bit why he's like the center of
awareness
some of these shots.
That makes us neglectful.
You know what it is also? It's because like this title is, oh my God, isn't that gorgeous? And it's about Japan. But then why is he putting himself in the freaking frame? It's like, if you're saying this is about the beauty of Japan, get your shit out of the frame, man. Like, show us Japan, not you in Japan. I think maybe that's what's bothering me. Yo, we got Mindful in the chat. Driftless says, hey bro, caught it live for a few minutes. Well, thank you for hopping in here. I appreciate, even if it's for a second. It's still badass that you're here, man. We're just I'm slow editing my next photo here of the gorilla, and then watching we're watching another video that's glazing the Sony FX5. BD says, even as something as far off as the Odyssey, it's the same dang thing. I really enjoyed the Odyssey, but I said that I think I enjoyed Spider-Man more in theaters, even though I didn't watch it in IMAX, because apparently Christopher Nolan's hogging all the IMAX theaters for the next week or so. I really enjoyed the Odyssey, but I didn't really do too much of a breakdown into that movie just yet, because it's so fresh, and I'm sure a lot of people haven't seen it, so I just didn't want to necessarily do spoilers yet. But I thought it was a really good movie. I think I gave it an 8.5, or no, I gave it a 9 out of 10, I think. BD says, read the previous messages. Did I miss something? Oh, wait, I missed something. John Bernthal also plays the same character in every single project he's inserted into. Yeah, I made that comment the other day as well. But he plays that character so well. So is that like called cast typing, or I forget whatever the phrase is when you just play a certain role each time? But he's just so good at it, you know. So it's like, okay, you know, let him be. BD says absolutely ridiculous, and I wish they would really stop. Yeah, I would say so, but that is like a certain type of character personality that feels very vibrant in real life. I don't know, or like that kind of like personality where they seem very high strung, very gritty, like on edge with a lot of powerful raw anger. That's how I feel of John Bernthal, right? And that type of character has a place in a lot of movies, it feels like, and TV shows. And so when you need a character like that, it's John Bernthal. I would like to see John Bernthal in other types of roles for sure, just to see how great of an actor is he. You know what I mean? Because like now it's like, because he keeps playing the same type of character, I start to question, I'm sure other people question, is he actually a great actor, or is he just great at acting this way? So it would behoove him, in my opinion, to kind of try different types of roles, like how a comedian will do a serious role, that kind of thing. But I mean, not that he has to, like who am I to say? But yeah, it probably would behoove him to try to stretch in a different role so people can, you know, actually point to like, oh no, he is a pretty he's an amazing actor. Even as something as far off as the Odyssey. Gotcha. The Odyssey was fantastic. I wish, however, that the lead casting wasn't what it was. That aspect was truly horrific. I don't know how I feel about that yet, but it does land into what I was just talking about, where it's like you see some of the same actors and everything, right? Matt Damon, I wasn't too concerned about, because I don't know the last movie I saw with him as the main actor. Like, I know he was in The Martian. I'm trying to think. I feel like there's been some time away since I saw him in something, so I'm okay with that. Tom Holland, a little bit like, man, I've seen you in way too many stuff. Zendaya, same thing. Like, you know, you're about to be in Dune, and you're going to be in this movie, and in Spider-Man, and in whatever else. A bit much. Anne Hathaway, I thought her acting was incredible. Of all the actors in the Odyssey, I thought she was like, she was my favorite. I thought she really excelled. And I haven't seen her in much of anything. So to me, so these are all subjective because it's like based on what I've seen. But because I haven't seen some of those actors, I was okay with it. And I get Matt Damon a little bit over some others because you needed someone a bit older. So he kind of fits that casting maybe. John Leguizamo, I didn't know it was him for a little bit. And then I was like, I was watching with a friend. I'm like, yo, that's John Leguizamo, right? I didn't mind him either because he's kind of like a B-lister, right? Or like he's not like the main actor in a lot of things that I've seen recently. So, oh yeah, you said they were fantastic. Yeah, so I'm agreeing with you on that one. Himesh Patel, I think I know who that actor was because there wasn't many other like brown people in the show or in the movie. The only issue I had with him, and this is more like my suspension of disbelief not being able to suspend itself, is he was way too scrawny, man. There's one particular shot where he was walking forward, and I think maybe he turns around for a second, and you see his arms, and they were like freaking sticks. And to me, I'm like, yo, that I couldn't, you know, I don't really care, but for a second, it took me away from this because I was like, wait a second. You're supposed to be one of the elite warriors that have been at war for 10 freaking years, and you rode this freaking boat all across the world or across the seas, and you're telling me you haven't taken any protein powder? You didn't like hit the plates, hit the weights a single time? How are you alive? You know? So that bothered me. that was more just like a minor thing. I thought he was excellent. I agree. Yeah, so I felt somewhat indifferent to the actors that they selected. One thing I did mention on the stream was I was rewatching the movie The Green Knight, and I liked it when I saw it before, and I'm enjoying watching it again. And I really enjoyed the quirkiness of the movie, or like how what would be the term? There's like no exposition. It's all just like very like somewhat vague, but you know it's very symbolic. Things have meanings, but you might have to peel back the layers to kind of make out what that is. And I think that whoever the director was for The Green Knight, I could see an alternate universe where that director made The Odyssey, not Christopher Nolan. And I think I would have enjoyed that possibly even more. And it's not even a knock on Christopher Nolan or anything. I could see a world where that would have been interesting. Yeah. And then again, without speaking too directly, because I don't want to spoil or anything like that, but one other, if I had a complaint about the movie, and it's not strong enough to say complaint, but if I had one critique, I felt some of the characters felt very one-dimensional. Like, again, for the reason that I've been raving about the bear so much right now, is because I felt like each character had their own odyssey, if you will, right? Each of them had this epic journey that you're watching, being told across the seasons. And you see proper development across all of them. You see it emotionally, you see it in terms of the actual things that they have to deal with. And I felt like with the Odyssey, some of the characters, I just felt they were very much like a one-dimensional type of personality and character, and no anything else. And I get that probably it's required for some of the... It was probably fully required, but I don't know. There's just like one thought I had. Anyways, amazing movie. You should watch it. 9 out of 10. All right, I've been pausing on this edit.
In more or less briefly concentrated, pinpoint attention. We look at this and we look at that. And we select from all the things we might possibly be aware of only certain things. And as a result of that...
Yeah, it's probably just me that this is bothering, but I really like this video so far, right? I like the creative decision to... I don't know whose voice this is, but I like how they put the text overlay, and the voice works really well with the soundtrack, and the visuals are stunning. So like really a good job on the color grading and all these kind of things. It's just, he ruins it by putting himself in the freaking video. That's my big complaint right now.
We leave out of our everyday consciousness one amazing beauty of experience that we never see at all. And on the other hand, the very deep thing, the sense of our basic identity, unity with, oneness with the total process of being. See, because we are staring, as it were, at certain features of the landscape, we don't see the background. And because we get fascinated with, I could go into details of the shell, as I said, and put myself in the mind of a conch or whatever it is that lives in this thing, and say, that's not so hot, that one. Like that, see? And so, I wouldn't see the whole thing. But when I look at it like this, when anybody looks at it like that, we say, oh my God, isn't that gorgeous?
Now, I know we got some Sony FX5 haters in the chat. I don't think my hatred goes so far. I'm not a hateful person to begin with. I don't believe, or I reserve my hatred towards. The thing that I hate the most are people who are extremely hypocritical. I think I hate hypocrisy, and I traffic in hypocrisy as well. So there is that. But the stronger your opinions are, the more you got to back it up. Is what I would feel. So that's one thing I kind of hate. But as far as a camera, like Sony FX5, I mean, it seems like a super impressive camera. Everything I'm seeing from these people sharing their footage so far, it looks very capable, but also very expensive. So, I mean, that part I do push back on is like, is it worth spending $6,000 to get the features of this Sony FX5? I cannot justify that at this time, but this looks great.
Oh my God, isn't that gorgeous? Oh my God, isn't that gorgeous? Oh my God, isn't that gorgeous?
Okay, otherwise, really nice. Other than me shitting on the guy being in the video. But I mean, honestly, it was a great video. So shout out to Jordan Taylor Wright. Sony FX5 versus FX3 versus Nikon ZR. All right, this is from, is it worth watching, from Mati Hapoya? I think we've seen so many freaking Sony videos that, let me take a break from that. Kodak released a new film stock, Kodak Verita 200D. Let's check this out.
Sponsored by Squarespace, the all-in-one platform to build your website. In 2007, Kodak released what was without doubt their most technically proficient 35mm negative film cinema stock ever created. They called it Kodak Vision 3. This formulation wasn't just a minor tweak.
Cyronia says, meeting over, bleh. Well, every meeting I feel gives you that emotion, so I'm sure it's no different. Hopefully it was a productive meeting, whatever you were meeting about. But welcome back, by the way. We're just doing a proper edit stream. I think I'm on my third photo. No. I'm working on my second photo still. I got 3 more if I can commit to finishing 3 more photos after this one. That means we should be done with all the gorilla shots after today's stream. So wish me luck on that. Watching this video about Kodak released a new film stock. So I don't know much about film, so this is always interesting to learn.
It was a massive upgrade over their older Vision 2 stock, offering unprecedented dynamic range and incredibly fine grain. For almost 2 decades, if you wanted to shoot a major Hollywood production on color negative film, Vision 3 wasn't just your best option, it was essentially your only option.
Ah, I was right. Haha.
When the 3rd season of Euphoria dropped, it brought a completely new visual language, inspired by a classically cinematic look from years gone by. The season was shot entirely on a brand new, custom-engineered, classically cinematic color negative film.
Is Euphoria a good show? I've heard so many people talk about it, and I know Zendaya's in it, but I tend to not be interested in shows that are like everyday life type stuff. The Bear being the only aside. I would have never guessed that I would watch a show like The Bear, because I'm like, yo, it'd be way too, it just doesn't draw my interest to be like, hey, this is a show about a chef trying to save a family restaurant. It's like, I don't know, man. Not for me, Chief. But I'm so glad I did watch it, because my God, would I be missing out. I wonder if Euphoria is one of those. I just hear so many people talk about it. I don't know if it's like one of those shows that always goes viral or something. I don't know. Or maybe it's because it's got Zendaya in it. But my assumption was it was like some just like normal everyday people being people type show. Yeah. I need adventure. I need action, drama.
Stock developed specifically for the show. They've named it Verita. Today we're going to dive deep into how Kodak collaborated with DP Marcel Rev to build this film stock from scratch, explore its different aesthetic, and break down the technical limitations that come from working with it.
Cool.
To understand why Verita is such a big deal, we first have to understand the perfection it was trying to break away from. Modern Kodak Vision 3 is a triumph of chemical engineering.
If you're a chemist or an engineer, you want to create the best, technically best possible stock. And I think they kind of did it with Vision 3. The 500T is an amazing stock.
When Rev says it's the technically best stock, he's primarily talking about its staggering dynamic range, which sits at around 14 stops. Dynamic range is the total exposure spectrum a film or sensor can capture simultaneously, stretching from the absolute darkest shadows to the absolute brightest, crispest white highlights. Think of different film stocks and digital cameras like containers of varying sizes. High dynamic range images give you a massive container. They hold on to vast amounts of light information without letting your shadows turn into muddy black ink, or your highlights clip into blown out white nothingness. Low dynamic range images have a much smaller container, losing that detail on the brightest and darkest ends of the image far more easily.
I've never seen someone break it down this way. I think I get this visually. So bigger contain. Well, it kind of. I think the analogy kind of works, but only because he's forcing it to work. Because like you can have a large container that the width of the container is not changing, just the height of it. So it's just like a deeper bucket. In which case his visual here doesn't really make sense because he's trying to show that with a wider net or a wider bucket, then you're catching more of the darks and the brights. But the container analogy breaks if you're saying it's a deeper container and then you've got something left and right versus up and down. Okay. Not that I'm nitpicking. I like when people use analogies. I'm trying to, because this is the best way for me to also retain knowledge is if I can use visual references. But okay.
Darkest ends of the image far more easily. When cinematographers light a scene, whether they are calculating it mathematically or doing it purely by instinct, they are utilizing a lighting ratio or contrast ratio. The lighting ratio is the mathematical relationship between the brightest lit part of your subject by the key light and the
I think we have a contender for another IMAX aspect ratio. So I think this shot here looks really good in this 1.43 by 1 aspect ratio. So I think we're just going to edit straight from this right here. I think this cropping looks great. Boom.
shadow side by the fill light. It dictates the fundamental mood of your image, scaling from flat and even at 1:1 where the intensity of the key light and fill light are the same, to highly dramatic and moody at 8:1 where the key is 3 times brighter. Because Vision 3 has such a high dynamic range, it can easily hold detail at 5 stops overexposed and 4 stops underexposed. This massive latitude means you can push your contrast ratios to the absolute limit. You can expose for a blazing bright exterior window while keeping an actor in a dark interior scene, and the film will elegantly preserve detail in both areas. It gives colorists an incredibly flexible digital canvas to mold into almost any look during post-production. But that brings us to the catch.
It's a scan stock, so it was made to capture as much detail, as much latitude as possible. So it lacks a little bit of flavor, at least when you're looking at a print stock from the 90s.
Vision 3 film was designed to be scanned into digital files, manipulated inside a color grading suite, and projected digitally in theaters as a DCP.
DCP,
Compare
we learned that
to the 1990s.
Wait, we learned DCP, but I don't remember what it stands for. Hold on, let's look it up. DCP stands for what? Digital Cinema Package. Okay. Digital Cinema Package.
Back then, film negatives were designed to be photochemically copied directly onto a physical print stock for mechanical theater projectors. Those vintage print stocks inherently injected heavy contrast and rich dripping color saturation right into the emulsion. Modern stock captures everything perfectly, but it can feel a bit tamer in contrast and sat depending on how it's handled in the grade. Before we look into how they engineered that vintage flavor back into Euphoria, I'd like to thank Squarespace for sponsoring this video.
Thank you, Squarespace.
Alongside making these video essays, I publish in-depth written film articles on my website, which is entirely built, hosted, and managed through Squarespace. What makes it work so beautifully for creative portfolios and film education is how effortlessly you can control the design. You don't need to know a single line of code. You can just pick a world-class template and customize it to match your aesthetic. Squarespace also makes it seamless to integrate high-quality video content directly onto your site, whether you're trying to showcase a cinematography reel or launch an indie film project. If you want to step up your online presence, head over to squarespace.com for a free trial. When you're ready to launch your site, go to squarespace.com/indepthcine to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. The birth of Kodak Verita 200D was driven by a desire to bring back that classic, high saturation, high contrast look with deeply rich, warm skin tones. Marcel Rev wanted the chemical emulsion to do the heavy lifting right inside the camera. But you can't just look up a recipe for a 1990s film stock and hit print. Many of the raw chemical components used to manufacture older film stocks in these old Kodak recipes simply do not exist anymore. Kodak couldn't just recreate an old formulation, they had to start from scratch and invent an entirely new chemical pathway to simulate those vintage traits. The result, Verita achieves its punchy look by deliberately sacrificing dynamic range. Although highlights could still be overexposed and maintain detail, Verita contains much less latitude when underexposing, which turns shadows to a muddy mess. If you're familiar with color software, you know these curves show how film reacts to light. The bottom line, called the toe, shows where the detail crushes to black. The top line, called the shoulder, indicates the highlights clipping to pure white, while the straight line shows the midtones which sit in between. Verita has a much steeper density curve. This means that even tiny minor variations in light exposure trigger massive jumps in the image's physical density. The exposure latitude becomes much narrower. Shadows don't gently roll off, they crash directly into heavy, dense ink-like blacks. The colors don't sit flat, they pop with vibrant, heavy saturation. But remember what this means for our lighting ratios. Because Verita has a much tighter container for dynamic range, Marcel Rev has to completely change how he lit the show. He had to introduce significantly more fill light to narrow the gap between his brightest highlights and his darkest shadows. He lit to create what is called a thick negative. This is where film is given lots of light, especially in the highlights, which borders on overexposure. This means the midtones and highlights are well exposed, while the shadows become crisp, dense, and black. This makes Verita a great stock for day exteriors with lots of light, where shadows become deep and dense, and color is highly saturated and pops with vibrancy, producing great dynamic, rich images even under the usually taboo midday sun. He avoided creating a thin negative where the film was underexposed or given insufficient light, which creates more grainy, lighter, muddy shadows. If he encountered a bright background like a daylight window, he couldn't rely on the film to save both sides of the exposure like Vision 3 might. He had to stop down the camera to protect the exterior window from blowing out, and then pump massive amounts of artificial fill light into the room just to balance out the actor's face and keep the details alive. It forced a style of lighting that was less about realism and closer to classic Hollywood.
I wanted to make it like very rich. Like if you look at that shot looking out the window, you're exposing for the outside. So that kind of richness I knew that we needed, which is a little more stage look. I was thinking about these Hitchcock movies like Vertigo or North by Northwest or those movies when you like, there is something artificial about it, but there is beauty.
Creating a custom film stock for an iconic aesthetic sounds like a dream, but operating with a specialized emulsion comes with some technical limitations. First, it is a slow speed stock.
Okay.
Verita is a 200 ISO.
We got it. This is the final look. Double checking. Everything looks decent. All right. Yeah, we got it. This turned out pretty good. I'm happy with it. Let me see if I can copy over the cropping. So we're going to create a duplicate. We will hit reset and then just retain the crop. Something's off. Oh yeah, I have to copy this crop over. Whoops. There we go. There we go. Okay, so photo number 3. So we went from this raw image to my edits within Lightroom, and then after putting it through Dehancer and some additional edits, we get our final version. Boom. You know what's kind of funny about this image? The gorilla on the ground sleeping looks like a fake gorilla. It looks like those gorillas from, was it from 2001 Space Odyssey? Hold on. Let me see. 2001 Space Odyssey apes. I don't know why, but that face looks fake to me. Okay, so let's go with this image maybe. Well, this one looks a little too wacky. Hold on, let's see. Yeah. Okay, so I think I'm onto something. It's just something about that face and the way the hair, the fur comes off or whatever. It looks so much like this kind of, like a fake, like a human in a gorilla suit. If you just imagine this but darker, we're just looking at an actor right now dressed up, sleeping on the floor. Anyways. Photo's done. So what's next? Probably this one, right? Hold on. Oh, one of these. And then that one. Ooh, this one for sure. Let me just lock it in now so I don't forget. Oh wait, hold on. There's 2 versions. Let me see. Virtually the same. So let me see if there's any subtle differences. Okay, we're going with the first one because the mouth is slightly open more than the second one. Third one, you see it closing fully, and the eyes start to get out of focus. So yeah, that's the best one. So we got that image, possibly this one, and then one of these. Let's see which one's sharpest. Okay, this one's sharper. These 2 are good. And then the last one's sharp as well. So then it's just about positioning. Let's see. I think this one here. Cool. All right, we got our next photos locked in. Let's keep watching.
So daylight balanced film. In digital.
Okay, I think I'm done with that video. Christopher Nolan making The Odyssey. Oh, that's... Oh, no. Rory Anderson. Oh, okay. Now, what was that filmmaker's name? Was it Roy Anderson? I think I'm mixing them up now. All right, let's start from here then. Easy rigs suck. The Blackbird Mantis fixes that. All right. As someone who hasn't watched or hasn't used an easy rig kind of solution like this, I'm curious though. Dune Part 2, the editor breaks down something. Ooh, that could be fun too. All right.
Got it. This is a $2,500 accessory that fits onto any easy rig, and it can actually save you a ton of money if you're putting together a beefy camera package like this. I'm going to tell you how that's possible after we get in and see what's inside this kit. This is the Blackbird Cine Mantis, and you've seen this before because you've definitely seen this video. The promise of this thing is that it'll take any easy rig and turn it into the best camera platform for handheld and whatnot. So let's get all the pieces out and figure out how to bolt it on to my easy rig. So on the Blackbird website, you can either just order kits that come together or you can kind of order off the menu. That's what I did because there's a few pieces that I definitely wanted. So let me take you through what I got and why I got it. First things first, the Mantis itself. This is the quad tube variant, and it's called that because there are 4 tubes back here. As far as I can tell, that basically just means that you have a longer bit of tubing. There is a dual tube version, and it just means that you're gonna have less travel because the big idea is that you're able to take your camera from up very high and go very low in a very seamless fashion, which is something that we always want to do with an easy rig, but you never really could. We have like the actual mount itself. So this is what actually mounts onto the easy rig and clamps down. It goes into the tube like that. Obviously, we got our actual tubes themselves. This is the heavyweight tubing, which is black. The red, more medium weight tubing. Other little parts that we have here are these plastic clips. These go onto the side of the Mantis to just manage some of the extra tubing. Those are pretty much the essential parts of the Mantis itself. Everything else is kind of additional add-ons that I thought I would use and that I really wanted. This is a modifier that lets you use the Mantis with the ball quick release that comes with a lot of the easy rigs. Next in line of the workflow of camera mounting is this easy XY plate. This is something that's meant to go on top of your top handle, and basically it gives you XY movement and adjustability so that you can perfectly balance the camera depending on what accessories and stuff you have on there in the XY space so that it is always perfectly horizon level. You're not having to fight horizon because I'm very bad at that. And last but certainly not least is this beefy boy mount. This is meant for speed rail. I know that I'm gonna want to use this on speed rail. And actually it's like kind of an amazing thing because I'm sure if we do.
Showing how little I know about this world. Half the words he's using, I have no idea what he's talking about. But I am curious to see once he builds it out. I don't know, maybe this could end up being something I should consider. I don't even know what this easy rig thing is. Yeah, but if you guys have been watching my streams, you know that I do a lot of handhold stuff, and I'm also planning for an interesting live stream concept in Kenya in November, and so any of these types of riggings that would help stabilize my footage, I am interested in knowing more about.
Do some sort of speed rail modified off of a dolly or something like that. It's actually a really, really great way for the camera operator to get some really organic, flowy handheld without actually having to bear that weight all day. And so they have this stuff on the website, and looking at it right now, it looks like there's a little sleeve inside. So I believe this works with 1 1/4" as well as 1.5 inch speed rail. This is the Easy Rig Mini Max.
Okay.
So bear with me. This is where the little money hack comes into this. I bought this for only like $700 on Facebook Marketplace, where a full-size Easy Rig can easily cost $2,500 to $3,000 like all day. And you're not even going to be using anything but the backpack and the arm. The most valuable part of an Easy Rig is the whole cable system. You need to make sure you spec your camera to the cable system, make sure the weight all works. But the beauty of the Mantis is we're going to completely bypass all of that.
My cat wants to say hi. Hello. All right, pretty girl. But if you're going to be here, you have to sit a certain way so my leg doesn't fall asleep. There we go. Good girl. Make this work for you, okay? All right, here we go. We're going to continue editing now. So this is the easy rig. I see.
Like honestly, the cable system, you can cut it off and it literally becomes a backpack with an arm on it. So why the heck would I pay for the most Mac Daddy one that I need to get if I'm not even gonna use the cable system? Yeah, this cable system, it maxes out easy at 15 pounds, but can this arm take more than 50 pounds? Like abso-freaking-lutely. Oh, I dropped a piece. Oh, that's nothing. It's like some warranty information or something. Let's see if this rig can hold the Alexa. I really hope this video does not become Exhibit A in my insurance claim. Let's see. Almost 25 pounds. All right, so we would be 10 pounds overweight. I don't know, 10 pounds doesn't seem like it would be that much of an issue. Right? This video isn't necessarily gonna be a video installation guide, so we're just gonna zip through this as fast as possible.
Just gonna follow the natural circuit here around each roller.
Dude, okay, let's get the XY plate on the camera, and then we're like ready to go. I'm so excited. Okay. The best quote I ever heard was somebody putting on an easy rig was a director talking to a DP, and this was when the easy rig had just kind of come out in the direct.
Yo, Art Glitch, thank you very much for the raid. Hells yeah, I appreciate it very much. Over on Twitch. Let's see, Art Glitch, do I follow you on Twitch? Let's see, but I want to read what you says here. So shout out to Art Glitch, creative art sessions from sorting new brushes. Damn, oh, you're like a real artist then. To cozy co-working and studying. Nice. With improv jam, comic vibes, and thoughtful philosophy sparks. Yo, that sounds like my kind of stream. I need to check your stuff out. Thank you very much. I do something completely different from what you do, but I do mostly photo edits, and I'm watching videos about filmmaking. My cat says hi. And thank you. Say thank you, Nala. Thank you. My cat's saying so. But thanks for tuning into the stream. I do mostly, again, photo and video edits, and then we hang out with our cats when they so choose to grace us with their presence. But right now, I only got one cat. Well, now she's gone, but two of my cats, if they choose to hang out, they kind of hop through here and there. Art Glitch, I wanted to check out your Twitch channel real quick and make sure to follow you, and then would be great to watch your stuff. So thank you very much. I appreciate the raid. Art Glitch says, I have a cat cam. Hells yeah. Every streamer who has a cat, well, every person should have a cat, firstly. And then number two, every streamer should have a cat camera by all means, if you can. It's really fun, right? So generally speaking, I have two of these set up. So I have my two cats. One, if they hang out here, you get this nice little view. There was one thing I was playing around with. I haven't set it back up yet, but I did have one camera angle that was like an overhead shot. Because I started filming some YouTube videos in that format where I literally have like this workout bench. I put it here. And then I put on a C-stand, I have this camera pointing down. And so you get this top head overhead shot where you can see both my cats when they're sleeping there. They're kind of curled up in a ball, and it looks kind of nice from an overhead shot. And then I'm talking to the camera. Anyways, probably none of that made sense, but point is, cats are great. So my cats aside, right now I am doing some edits of some gorilla photos. I'm hoping to finish all my gorilla photos for today. I'm almost there. I think I got, what did we say? I got maybe like 2 more images to go. So just as a quick little introduction of who I am, I do mostly wildlife and travel content. I've been a wildlife photographer for a number of years. I started mostly with like travel photography first. And then as I had opportunities to capture wildlife with different lenses, that really kind of stuck with me in terms of like what I found really exciting, the unpredictable nature of capturing wildlife. And then from there, I shifted more into video stuff more recently. After COVID, when TikTok was booming, I decided let me learn how to use the video function on my camera. And so I did like typical Instagram reels, but with my wildlife content and also with my tattoos. That was a good subject. And then I realized I enjoy it so much, I wanted to start a YouTube channel. So I eventually got to the point where I thought I could make YouTube videos, like my travel vlogs and stuff like that. And then that ultimately, so you should check me out on YouTube, FYI. That's my main focus these days. But then, yeah, after I started doing that, I work with Nikon in the region. I live in Dubai. I'm from the States, but I've been living in Dubai for a number of years. And so I work with Nikon in the region. So I got to test out one of their cameras recently. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Art, for the follow over on Twitch side. But yeah, I got to test out their new camera, the Nikon ZR. I got to make my very first short film using that camera, and it's on YouTube, so definitely check it out there. And now I'm like, yo, I really like filmmaking. And so we've been watching a lot of videos of late while I'm editing around filmmaking, the, filmmaking techniques, behind the scenes, stuff like that, because I do hope to get into that a bit more. And then the last thing, I got into live streaming about a year ago, and I'm testing this out. And one of the biggest goals is that I'll be testing out IRL live streaming for wildlife in November. That's the current date. I've locked in with a safari operator, like a travel company that I partnered with. So basically what will happen is in November, I'll be going to Kenya with a fellow person from my chat, actually, who's a proper filmmaker and stuff. But we're going to go together and film the wild. I mean, we're going to do it live. So we're going to rig up a Jeep. You're going to follow us. We might even do it on a hot air balloon, possibly. But we're going to be going on these game drives, searching for lions, leopards, what have you, and bring you guys with me. So then you'll be able to see as we switch camera angles to the interior, exterior of the Jeep, to whatever it is that I'm trying to capture, all of it. So I hope you'll continue watching my stream to that point. So it'll be in November. Art Glitch says, we just saw gorillas on Tuesday. What? Oh, okay, the zoo. I was like, wait a second, because there's not many places in the world you can see them. So, but then my brain wasn't working. I forgot the concept of zoos existed. We just saw gorillas on Tuesday. My daughter and I, we went to the Memphis Zoo. You probably got these in the wild. I see. Okay, that's really cool. I'm happy. I hope your daughter had a great time. I hope you did as well. It's been a while since I've been to a proper zoo, but yeah, I guess most of my time has been out in the wild. So yes, this was in Uganda. That's one of the countries I have frequented the most. I do organize tours. So I organize these like travel workshops, photography workshops, so people can join. I'm taking a couple with me in October for 14 days, I believe, to go across a bunch of the national parks to see lions, elephants, leopards, but then also rhinos, but then also spending time with the primates. So we'll do some chimpanzees and gorillas. So yeah, these are out in the wild. So right now, this is from a few months ago. This is back in March, April, when I was traveling for about 2 months straight. And so since I've come back from those trips, I've been dedicating my time to catch up on editing all the photos from it, because I'm also posting these on my YouTube channel. So just another quick plug. If you are bored, if anyone's ever bored and you want to see some of my content to get a better sense of what I create, check out my YouTube channel. I have it pinned to the chats. I've posted my second episode of my recent travels, and it's where we spend time with the drum roll, the shoebill stork, these guys, this crazy dinosaur looking animal. Here, let me show the main ones here. So this is the shoebill stork. That was like the start of my Uganda trip. I took a couple of photographers with me, and so we spent a couple days, or I spent a couple days basically photographing and filming this guy. I love this. This is not my first time spending time with the shoebill stork. I think it's amazing. I think it's a fascinating creature, one of my favorite to photograph and film for sure. It's just a weird looking animal. I think it's like 1 meter tall. It has times where when it looks at you, you feel like it's like an angel of death just staring straight into your soul and just like judging you. And then other times, just because the way the eye is shaped and the bill is shaped, it looks like it's just laughing and smiling and just having a grand old time with you, So it's like you can't make it's a very bipolar animal for sure. So, but yeah, feel free to check it out. It's on my YouTube channel, and I'm working on the 3rd episode as we speak, and then the 4th one and the 5th one, which will take us through Uganda. The 3rd episode, which I'm working on now, is when we do the first chimpanzee trek. So you'll get to see the trek, including when one of the chimps straight up like charged at me because I got a little too close to it. And then the next episode, we'll get into the second chimp trek where I did more photography. So you'll see, I think some of my best photos I've taken of chimps actually happened from that second trek. So you can see here when the chimp was walking, lounging on the treetops. But then eventually we're going to find, yeah, these ones here when they're just grooming. And then we get the close-ups coming up. These lounging ones. And then I think this is probably one of my favorites is like this close-up when it was on the ground. Arcglitch asked, do you ever photograph in the Congo region with all of the political craziness there? I have not. One of my clients I took, he's been to the Congo and he went like right before things got even worse. But when he went, he had to go with like, you actually have to hire security with you. And he was telling me like just not too long after his trip, some other tourist went to the exact same spot as him, like same location, whatever. And they were attacked by, unfortunately they got caught up in the things that happened there. And I think they were killed or kidnapped or something. Yeah, it's not the most stable of places to visit at this point. So I have not gone to the Congo. I would love to at some point. They have this crazy animal in the Congo. I think it's called the okapi. This is like on the top of my list of like, yo, if I could do like a National Geographic style film, like a wildlife documentary, I want to do it on this animal, the okapi. It's like, it looks straight up made out of a laboratory. You know, it's like, it seems like an animal that God kind of was skipping a few days of development. You know, he might have been distracted at the time. And he mixed his potions accidentally. He spilled something, all of it kind of spilled on the table and merged into this animal. That's kind of how I view the okapi. Because it's like, it's got stripes on its ass. So you got a little bit of that zebra feel to it. And then it kind of has like mixtures of, I don't know, maybe the ears look like, I'm trying to think what animal it reminds me of, but it's definitely some kind of antelope looking thing. It's kind of feels like a donkey at some aspects of it. Maybe a little bit of like a giraffe-ish feel to it. I don't know. It's just like, it feels like everything's mixed into this animal. And I would love to see this in the wild. And unfortunately, it's in the Congo where it is not necessarily safe to to kind of go at this point. So what can you do? What can you do? The world's crazy. But it's also what makes me enjoy traveling as much as I do, you know? Saw one at the Memphis Zoo as well. Ooh, which one? The okapi? Oh, I'm so jealous. Man, I would like to just see one in general. But yeah, like obviously seeing it in the zoo is one thing, and I would love to, but seeing it out in the wild is kind of that's the thrill that as a wildlife photographer, that's what kind of drives you to constantly go out there to witness what you see. For me, it's definitely seeing the animals in the wild. There's like a key, there's a thrill to it. I would say especially I've been enjoying these kind of chimpanzee treks, the gorilla treks, because you're not in a Jeep. You're literally out there, you know, face to face with the animals, close enough that if they attack you, right? And, you know, I had that close encounter I mentioned where literally you can see the chimp's hand like trying to hit me, but it was just like maybe one hand size away from like actually hitting me. Not that he was actually being aggressive. I freaked him out for a second, so he was showing his dominance. But yeah, it is an incredible experience for sure. They belong in the wild. Yeah. I don't have any negative opinions about zoos. It's like it's a container word, and it just depends on each individual zoo if it's like if it's beneficial to conservation efforts, or if it's kind of like one of those terrible examples like SeaWorld back in the day. I don't know if SeaWorld has any bad press these days, but yeah, it's just like sometimes zoos are necessary to kind of help endangered species, to raise awareness, to kind of draw positive attention towards certain things. And yeah, and sometimes the money that's raised from the zoos can also go towards certain conservation efforts. But I don't know enough to really kind of point to any strong opinions on that. The zoos are changing into animal learning centers and hospitals. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, so if it's like more of that approach, for sure. Like, for example, I was, the short film that I made, I shot it in an island. It's a freaking chimpanzee island. They literally have this island off the coast of Entebbe, Uganda. It's a quick boat ride away. And the island was just, it's part of Jane Goodall's, what's the word I'm looking for? Basically, it's funded by Jane Goodall's Institute, I think. But they basically they took the island and turned it into an entire sanctuary for the chimpanzees. At this point, I think there's like 55 rescued chimps. And so they're, chimps that are rescued from everything from like, like from being killed for food, or that were, injured because of human like civil war or different conflicts that were happening, like various reasons that they were rescued, and then now they live on this island. And so then you have these doctors and the facility, the caregivers who, feed the chimps throughout the day, will monitor them, all that kind of stuff. But really, the chimps, they're free to roam around as they please all throughout the island. It's kind of fascinating. I think it's a really good testament to like how you could do something properly as a learning center. It is a hospital as well. Like the executive director is the head vet for the island, but you're also raising awareness and blah, blah, blah. Anyways, a bit of a diatribe there, but thank you for sharing regardless for that. So these are some of the chimps that I had photographed. So basically on my stream right now, I'm in a bit more of a photo heavy mood because I have a lot of these photos I need to get through so that they're ready for my YouTube videos. But I would say over the past couple of years, I've actually been shifting my focus more towards videography. So more often than not, you would actually be seeing me edit my videos. So I'd be in DaVinci Resolve, which is the tool of choice for me in terms of like my video editing software. And then you would see how I'm, as I try to make a video, how do I mix the soundtracks or the sound effects? This is like a little bit, you're seeing one of the videos I've been working on, which is from that same island. I'm making a video right now about the 35mm lens. So I want to do like a quick homage to the 35mm and why I think it's a fascinating lens choice for the focal length. As a wildlife photographer, I'd never had much time ever shooting with the 35 until more recently as I got into more film stuff. And now I'm realizing how powerful a 35 can be for storytelling. So I have this quick video put together. It's almost done. I might make a few changes here and there, but basically, yeah, I'll do mostly these kind of stuff in my streams. But yeah. Art Glitch says Simeon Park. What is Simeon Park? Is that a person or is that a place? Simeon Park. Siam Park? If you mean, I know the Simeon Mountains in Ethiopia. That's a place I was hoping to go to soon. Simeon National Park in northern Ethiopia, or maybe you mean something else. Let's see. Simeon Mountains. Escape from Simeon Park. Art Glitch was saying I was making a joke about the Chimp Island. I don't get the reference though. I feel I need. Is this from a movie? Because I'm seeing here this YouTube thing that says Escape from Simeon Park. Oh, is this like a Jurassic Park thing? Hold on. Man, I don't know my references. Simeon Park. Just let's full screen it for a second. Simeon Park refers to a real open-air, high-column habitat built in Satun, Thailand. Okay, that's missing the mark. Oh, wait, hold on. It is otherwise a separate concept from the dinosaur franchise. You know what? I don't care anymore. Arclish is like Jurassic Park. Don't worry about it. I get the reference now. I get where you're going with it. I apologize for butchering your sense of humor there with my lack of knowledge, but you know, what can you do? All right, so as I'm
like, what is
as I'm editing my photo, so again, these are just some of the photos I had gone through on my recent streams. It's just my, you know, showcasing and documenting my journey across Uganda. So we did a bit of people shots here and there on the drive, and then eventually getting back to the wildlife, which is the gorillas. So I'm just speed running through the latest. And so these are some of the photos that I had finished recently of the gorillas. Oop, it's glitching out here. All right, so here's the current situation with the gorilla photos. This is the first one. I made it black and white because it wasn't necessarily the best lighting or composition. So this is me masking away some of the imperfections. Then I had one photo here close up of the gorilla. This photo ended up being pretty fun for me to edit because, yeah, I just ended up cropping in and turning this into a like more abstract portrait style. So that was fun. Then we have one lounging. Then we have the baby and the mother, which is probably, you know, definitely one of the winners just because it's a baby and a mother. Anytime you can capture that combo for wildlife, it's always excellent. So here are some of the final images that I had edited, cropped in, slightly brighter, and then more bright when we see the mother almost seemingly smiling. So just a bit of a series there. Then we had some of these shots of the gorilla lying on the ground and just kind of like a close-up. These are my two photography guests. They were, sometimes I like to shoot them out in the wild just for fun. And then we got this gorilla here just hanging out with the same mother with the baby. Then we have the ranger that we edited yesterday, the cone-shaped silverback gorilla shot, the yawning shot, and then this is the one I was showing earlier of the close-up of the gorilla through the foliage. And then these are the ones we edited today. So just the baby gorilla that was hanging off of a branch. So that was version 1. This is version 2. And then this is the third image that we had edited. Boom. And I play around with the aspect ratios quite a bit. So for this one, I was joking, but not really. But I'm going to start doing a bunch of my photos cropped into IMAX style. So this is the IMAX aspect ratio, which is like 1.43 by 1. And I'll make a YouTube video eventually being like, ooh, look at my photos in IMAX. Obviously not, but... All right, cool. So we're caught up. Where is the next image for me to edit? I was just on it. This one? Yeah, this is the one we were working on, yeah? Cool, cool. Again, thank you very much, Art Glitch. I hope that was insightful, all the random things I was spewing out there. I'm going to keep watching this video about some tech rig thing for your cameras. I want to see if it's useful.
What is that? Are you about to go underwater? Like, what are you wearing right now? And are you about to go underwater is the funniest response to seeing an easy rig for the first time. I don't think I'm doing this right, but...
Now, just a quick little kind of recap or like when I'm editing, one of the first steps I do is I kind of play around with the aspect ratios to see if there's like a creative look that I should aim for. If I don't see one, or if I see multiple options, I won't crop in the beginning. I'll leave it as is, and then I'll crop at the end. Usually the next thing I do is I kind of review my photo. I preview my photo with a bunch of my own presets. So these are all presets that I've created for myself. I sell it on my website as well. So if you are a photographer and you want to support the stream, but then also, you know, hopefully have some edits that are based off of my style, feel free to check out my website. So yeah, I'll kind of rinse through the image with a bunch of my presets to kind of see if one of them sticks or if there's a certain direction I want to take with the photo. I think we were doing this earlier already, so I already have a general sense. I think it was this one, the mountain stallion. Yeah, so I think this will be our starting point. So at this point, I've got enough of my presets that I will use this to speed run the creative decision. I don't have to like recreate every single edit every single time. I think it's not the most prudent use of my time anyways. So yeah, we start with the presets and then I'll make adjustments here and there. Sometimes I'll also kind of stack on additional presets on top of the one I just chose. You never know. Sometimes you end up creating something more unique and unexpected. But right now, I think this is a good point to start from. The main thing I need to correct for is that it is a bit overexposed behind the gorilla. So as part of the presets, I do have this like background captured. And so I might want to just drop the highlights or see, is it actually fully overexposed? It could have been, let's see. Yeah, oh yeah, so this was the original shot. It might just be slightly overexposed. Yeah, so unfortunately, you know, user error, but just above the baby gorilla, it looks like if I drop the exposure fully, it is going to be pure white. So nothing we can do about it besides masking it somehow. So, you know, what can you do? You live and you learn. This is one of the issues with me shooting at 1.2 aperture. I was doing this as a fun challenge to myself, but if I were to do this over again and I was like, yo, every shot counts, I would probably not be shooting at 1.2. I would have been shooting at maybe 2.8 as a minimum, so that hopefully both eyes, if I get one eye focused, the other eye should also be focused, no matter how it's, you know, moving its head. And then also just be more mindful again of the overexposed areas. So, but yeah, anyways. So what can we do to work around this? Let's see here. So let's start with our preset. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's not too ridiculous. So I just want to see what we can play with here. All right, in the meantime, let me just keep watching this.
This is very nerve-wracking. Dude, what am I doing? Trying to save like $1,500 with like a $100,000 rig. Oh my God, this is terrifying. Oh, you guys don't understand. This is absolutely terrifying. Chris, I trust you, but I'm so scared right now. Mostly operator error. I just want to make sure I did everything right. How's the Minimax is bending a little bit. This joint would be the one that's a problem. First things first is you gotta tension this, I guess. So, all right, so this up here, oh God, okay. Oh, fuck, oh, Jesus Christ. We gotta, fuck. So we gotta tension this by doing that. I just feel like I'm gonna get a piece of, I'm gonna have trust issues for so long with this.
Okay, while I want to learn from this video, I'm getting a little bit annoyed with just the extra fluff there, like just get to the point kind of feel. You know, I get he's got a sense of humor to it, which I appreciate, but it's like when a joke runs for too long. You know what I mean? But I did want to see what is he actually trying to teach us here.
It's 400 kilonewton or 700 kilonewton. My freaking Venice. Really smooth.
Okay, whatever. Maybe we'll watch this later. Dune Part 2, editor breaks down the sandworm sequence. Yo, don't mind if I do. I think Dune 2 is like, of the movies I've watched in the past 5-10 years, it's got to be near the very top. I think Everything Everywhere All at Once was definitely my favorite movie of that year, and if not for many years. It feels weird always like putting an absolute on like what my favorite movie is. But Dune 2 was so incredible. I'm so excited for the third one.
Also, the choice of where to put music, as far as there is not a single note of music. We chose a certain moment to kind of flip from sound effects to pure hands. One of the very strongest things that you can do editorially is kind of white.
Soundtrack was incredible for Dune 2. One other critique, again, I say critique very, very lightly, but the Odyssey soundtrack was great. I really enjoyed it, but it was no Dune 2. You know what I mean? It wasn't as memorable in my mind during and then afterwards in the same way that when you're watching Dune 2.
The sync out.
On the Editing Podcast, we're learning from the best of the best. Oscar-winning editor of the Dune franchise, Joe Walker. In this in-depth masterclass interview, Joe is going to break down every frame of the sandworm sequence. Joe explains why he watches his edits with the sound off.
You turn the sound down, forget about the dialogue, and it's a laser fight.
He gave us an exclusive look at the storyboards and how it developed, how they introduce the sandworm.
It's a striptease. The worm is just showing a bit of leg.
How he uses abrupt cuts and editing rhythm to disorientate the audience.
I love how nightmarish it is.
And the intriguing strategy of timing subtitles.
If you want to read, go to a fucking library. We're in a cinema.
This is the editing part.
Yo, I feel like I'm going to learn. Hey, Nala. I think I'm going to learn a lot from this video. My cat was just pawing me. Let's see if she wants to come up. Where are you going? You want to come up? Good girl. Come on. Let's make this work.
Podcast brought to you by Licked. This episode is part 1 of a 3-part series that we're releasing on the making of Dune 2.
Oh my god, 3
if
parts?
You're new here.
All right, let's subscribe first so I don't forget. Okay, we are subscribed. Good.
Please subscribe.
I always see the 2 films as one film in a way. And I feel like in this particular scene, this scene wouldn't have the tension it does if you didn't know what a thumper could lead to. We know what a sandworm can do because there's in part 1 that explains that.
The largest and
I agree. I know some people were critiquing Dune 1 for being too slow and stuff. I kind of don't mind slow movies as long as they do a good job of like providing, laying the groundwork and the foundation properly. And I felt like Dune 1 was incredible at like world building without feeling too expositional, if that's a word, or being too like, I don't know, drawn out. I felt like they did a really good job of trying to introduce very key aspects to like this world. I've only read the first book though, so I don't know. But yeah, and I thought like Dune 1, the way they set up the premise, it does feel like Dune 2 is only so incredible because of what they did, like all the hard work in the first one.
The most dangerous organism on Arrakis is the sandworm, capable of reaching 400 meters in length.
Here he's got to face the biggest challenge, which is climbing on a worm. And it's seen as the ultimate kind of test of strength for a Fremen warrior. The loneliness, really, of Paul in that wide shot, I think, is something that I really wanted to breathe. I could have cut to it in a very typical fashion, just as reference as to where he is. But we lean into it and say, look how vulnerable the kid is, you know?
Genuinely, a lot is at stake. This is, he's got either got to prove himself or he simply is going to die from this.
You've already got there a kind of thing that's very typical for the film, which is a contrast between a big wide and a big close. There's a sort of sense of contrast in this film, visually and in sound.
Big wide. Big close. I don't think I've heard those terms.
Mostly because the film really is about a human drama on an epic scale, and that a big ingredient in the film is the landscape itself. There's a little moment between Chani and Paul where she knows his weaknesses and his frailties. You know, it's embracing those very wide range of things and kind of meting that out carefully.
Even just with the timing of Paul's eyes, it kind of just went 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
And then you chose to make that cut. Why did that feel right to you?
Look, eyes is like one of the most dynamic things that you can...
You know what? I think I made this comment yesterday when we were watching the video of which editor was it? I think it was the Severance editor. And I think even though we barely started on this video, I feel more strongly that I would rather spend... If I had to get dinner or drinks or whatever with like Christopher Nolan or with like, you know, a Christopher Nolan level editor, which might be this guy, because if he did Dune 2, I mean, my God, I think I would prefer spending time with him because I feel like I would learn a lot more. Because like this guy, I feel like if you're a world-class editor, you are paying attention to like every frame matters to you. And you're thinking about soundtrack, you're thinking about emotions, you're thinking about, you know, predicting ahead, what came before, and how do you draw everything together. So I feel like if you are the best of the best editor compared to the best of the best director, I don't know. Part of me starts to feel like the world-class editor is someone I think understands human emotions way more than the best director can. Because like every frame, they know what they need to do, whether it's your auditory, the visuals, the side, I don't know, all of it. Anyways, let's keep watching.
Be aware of in an edit. Sometimes me and Denny, you know, known to just turn the sound off.
Anything else I should know?
Beside the
When you do that, one of the things that really leaps out at you is not only the rhythm of the scene, sort of unadulterated, but also the intensity of the eyes. A rhythm in an edit can be a visual thing. It can be an eyebrow being raised in the middle of a dialogue scene. Where you turn the sound down, forget about the dialogue, and it's a laser fight, you know? It drives me nuts when people don't pay attention to that. You know, and playing off the rhythm is kind of an interesting thing to do. I like dwelling on this shot. And then you go, that's a hard cut.
That's, yeah.
You know, crunch. And I'm always looking for that, looking for ways to be abrupt within generally smooth.
Match
you know,
cut.
it's not editing in your face. Quite often I'm sort of just letting things play out and for you to be able to sort of lean forward into it and then subvert it with a kind of abrupt cut. It's just controlled pacing. And also something in many of Denny's films is just settling on the back of somebody, and then it always feels like a kind of vulnerable point of view.
They don't know that you're there. They don't know that you're watching them in a way. Like, as we even did mention earlier, a wide shot will also make him vulnerable, but an intimate shot can do the same effect.
Yeah.
That is their blind spot. And for us to be, I guess, like inside that space, we're literally right behind him.
His neck is on the line. Yeah, and there's something super brutal about that. The way it clicks down.
How would you then describe this thumping sound?
It's probably, I feel, it's close to dance music, you know, in some way. Also, there's something about the pace of it. The pace is just right for that for me. It's not fast and it's not too slow. That's carefully chosen. I don't know what the BPM is, but I'm going to go and work it out.
It even looks like the majority of shots on Paul seem to be relatively locked off. But then when we're then cutting towards Charlie's perspective, it's handheld.
Yeah.
For me, that kind of creates like another degree of separation and vulnerability onto Paul as well.
I don't know how to express that, but I kind of feel it when I'm cutting it, that there's a little bit more freedom in the movement on the Fremen side, and that there's a rigidity to the kind of, and a straightforwardness and a minimalism to the shots on Paul's side. It sort of adds to a tension and also a gap between these people in terms of their experience, their expectation. And honestly, it's kind of like, you know, I'm grateful to be talking to you because you can tell me what I was thinking. Because I'm, you know, it's sometimes hard to explain what you felt, but you're highlighting things that I did feel intuitively.
I would have cut to his reaction first, but you chose not to.
No. I wanted to make the point that he's a little slower reacting. They've seen this so many times before. And that's kind of worrying to me, that he isn't reacting as...
It's so amazing, man. Yeah, it's like I find so much motivation watching these things, because to realize like every frame is intentional, like there's a decision behind everything. Including even just the conversation that we're having now, right? It's like, oh, why didn't you cut to his face first? It's like, I don't know. Well, here's the reasons why. It's amazing.
Quickly as they are. Denny chose to shoot this in one. I think it was a brilliant choice of his to try and capture this, him being perplexed and to follow it. Just that hunting feeling.
Boom.
It's not just some dumb beast coming at him at speed, it's something playing with him.
Ah, like he's the prey.
Quite, yeah. And in the storyboards, for example, it was more divided. There was a detail shot, for example, planned and even shot. That was available to me, but I think it was a brilliant choice of his. But I think he really wanted to capture all in one.
Interesting. So
You
there
wanna
was an
feel the
option
thing
to have a
coming at
closer
you for longer,
shot
rather
of
than
that.
going in and satisfying that desire to see more straight away.
Yeah, I would have been tempted to cut to some action shots, and made it loud, but actually not cutting towards that. Again, just keeps that sort of Predator feeling.
It's a striptease. The worm is just showing a bit of leg. There's a nice little balancing rhythm there. You know, the rhythm of the three things, you know, click, click, rise.
That is just the best way to establish a pattern of rhythm, isn't it?
Yeah, and how much more powerful is it for the fact that we didn't cut earlier?
And now we're getting those fast cuts now. That is a huge escalation.
Contrast,
Yeah.
right? It's a contrast of rhythm. Again, it's super vulnerable in the wide. Just seeing this little figure running for the clappers, and the more you see it, the more you think, how the hell is he gonna do this? It's still building up tension.
Talk me through the sound of that. That shot for me, I had like a huge emotional oh god experience. I felt the power of the worm in that, especially.
You know, I started laying sound against the scene when it was just storyboards. And to try and, almost for my own benefit, really, to kind of get a sense of how long to hold shots and the kind of power that we're trying to convey. And also, it's a difficult thing where you're in loud scenes. It's a perennial problem cinematically, is how do you keep interest when things are just permanently loud? So you're trying to kind of find as much variety in shape. In Dune Part 1, Theo Green, one of the two sound supervisors, was embedded with us and was developing those sounds all the way along. Denny always used to talk to me about the fact that the worm was going to be the size of a skyscraper and to try and convey that sense. And that made me start to investigate sounds of twisting iron and girder and creaking. We found some deep sort of ship creaks.
Wow.
And we're feathering all those in.
Hi, hello, Editing Hayden here. Do excuse the messy office. Well, we've been editing and I can never look after the office when I'm working. While we were editing this episode, there was a moment where I got a little bit distracted and ended up making a fan cam of Paul Atreides to Lincoln Park.
I am Paul Muad'Dib Atreides, Duke of Arrakis.
And I actually shouldn't have done this because now that I've used Linkin Park, I'm going to get a copyright
I was
strike
gonna say,
on this
yo,
video.
you ruined
There's a
this.
trap. You won't. Licked is the music platform where you can license mainstream music and
job.
put it in your content. Genuinely, that is a crazy sentence to say. I'm able to, in my YouTube videos, use tracks from Mumford & Sons, amazingly music from Daft Punk, or if you want to be a little bit more cheeky, you could use music from Sabrina Carpenter. She has the biggest song of 2024, and I can license that and put that in my YouTube video. Honestly, one of the most fun things I like to do on Licked is just dive deep in there. There's tracks in there from my channel.
Okay. Photo is complete. Hells yeah. I think this is it. Let me just double check. Yeah. All right. This one I kind of, I not necessarily broke a rule, but I decided, you know what? When I was shaping the light and you've got this light coming in from the top left, usually I'm kind of mindful not to make it overexposed to the point where it's like just pure white. But you know what? I was like, it actually looks much better if I do that. I don't know why. So I did kind of amplify the lighting coming from the top left. And I think the reason might be you've got this like line. It looks almost like a line here from the green, this blade of grass or whatever it is. And you can see how the sunlight was bouncing off of it at various points. So it almost looks like one of those light leak effects, or like if you have a lens flare. So with that in mind, I felt like having a bright starting point in the top left corner could make it feel more like you're actually getting a light leak or lens flare effect across the image, even though not really, right? So, and also given the fact that we talked about behind the gorilla, unfortunately, I overexposed the shot there. So this was unrescuable, if that's a word. So I figure, you know what, might as well lean into the fact that some of the pixels are just pure white. So let's just kind of lean into that in different areas. So anyways, that's my thought process behind this shot. But I do quite like this a lot. The only thing I might change is, of course, trying to figure out the right cropping here. So technically, I'm not done. Technically, we have a little bit more to figure out, which is, how do I want to crop this? Starting with 16:9, I think, especially given what we just talked about with the top left section with the light leak effect, I do want to put the gorilla on the right side. So the baby should be on the right, so there's enough space where that light is really bleeding into the image. So let's assume here, if I just kind of use this rule of thirds, essentially. I think I want a little bit more close to the center. Okay, so here's version 1. Let me create another version. Let's imagine, oh, just to ground it out, let's see what it looks like if I do it the other way. Other way doesn't look bad either, but it's not as, I think the other one has just a lot more light penetrating through, that it feels more energetic or vibrant. I don't know what this one could be a little bit more boring, I guess, without that. So I think we'll stick to the left weighted one. Let's try a different aspect ratio now. Now, the problem with the full head is that it just kind of covers it. It's not enough space to let it breathe. So if I were to do like this kind of 16:5 style, I think it's knowing that I'm going to crop part of the head. So it means I need a tighter close-up. There's something there, but I don't know. It could be... because there is a nice play of colors here just because of the green kind of splashing through. So there's like a little bit of a creative stylistic choice there. This way is, again, a bit more boring because the space on the right is just very dark. So if I were to do a 16:5 ratio, it's probably leaning into this style. And then I just want to see how much I can crop and make it still feel okay. That's too much, right? Yeah, plus I don't think I have enough pixels. Oh, yeah, we're just over that 100% mark. Yes, Nala. Man, she keeps coming over here and then leaves and comes back. You gotta make up your mind, Nala. Ooh, okay, now we're onto something. This might be better as a 16:9 maybe. It's a slight difference, but I feel like I'm missing one of my 16:5. No. 16:5. I guess maybe it was this. Okay, I think a 16:9 cropped in like this could look really nice. But now it's super textured. So that's one issue with me adding in the grain earlier. I might have to, okay, hold on. I'm gonna hold this thought let's take the same image from before, bring it into Dehancer. I'm going to create a copy of this image, but without any of the film grain. Man, what is my cat doing? Careful, careful. Good girl. Okay, so in this version, let me turn off the film grain entirely. We're going to bring it in. I'm going to keep everything the same. I'm just not having the grain. Because one thing I noticed is, like, if I apply the film grain and then I crop in, especially significantly, then those grain sizes obviously look much larger. And then it loses some of the artistic feel. And now it just looks straight up like, you know, you shot it at, you know, 50,000 ISO. So if I were to keep this, but I like this framing. I like this kind of punched in shot. And I think it is punched in more than 100%, but I kind of like how it looks. So I just want to see if, yeah, so it does feel more textured there. So this does potentially work as a shot. And then I can add in some grain later. But let me just see here now. If part of me feels like it works because the head is being chopped off. Like, I don't want to give too much weight to the space to the right of the head. So I feel like it has to, essentially, it has to be like this framing, where you barely can see anything to the right of here. And then we're kind of center balancing it a little bit in the sense that you got the greens to balance out the eyes on the right. It's not like perfect, but for some reason, to me, I can't explain it. This feels a bit better balanced to me. Okay, so then how do we deal with such a close-up shot? I think here, ooh, let's click on the super resolution. See if that helps at all. And then I'm going to apply the film grain just from within Lightroom. So let's bring it back, bring it back. I think I want smaller film grain size. Okay. I think this is it. So now we got one more option. How many more options should we play with? So we got 16:9, 16:9 close up, 16:5. And then, oh yeah, we were playing with this earlier. So now what should we try on this one? I want to try, let's try to stick with the IMAX concept. So imagine IMAX. How can we make IMAX work? Like this maybe? Yeah, still same thing. I think we want to weight it to the left. Give a bit more headspace. And then too much, too much. Better, better. Okay. Now we are done. So we got 4 different versions of the same photo, but I think one of these for sure. I mean, I think I like all of them, but one of them I think will be for sure the winner. Let's see. So we got option 1, IMAX style, 1.43 by 1. Then we got option 2, which is a super wide 16. What is it? 16:5, 16:5. Option 3 is a 16:9. And the 4th one is also 16:9, but super punched in. And that's, folks, is a wrap. Wait, is it? Hold on. Come on, do I have one more photo to edit, I think? Oh, we got one more here. One of these guys, and then I don't think we'll edit these two. It's just the framing is a little too off and a bit too blurry. So we got one more before we're officially done with the gorilla photos. This one right here. All right, let's do it. Okay, let's keep watching as we
childhood and
edit.
tracks that I never ever would have thought I would have been able to use on Licked. As an editor, this is giving me huge, unique opportunities to be able to tell my stories. Go explore Licked, check out their catalog, and of course you can find that link in the description. Let's cut to the fan cam of Paul Atreides one more time.
So this is when the cuts kind of can be a little bit jarring, a little bit aggressive. It's like, let's add to the panic, I guess.
Yeah, and on the wall of the cutting room at one point, Denny, I think he said maybe we should be less Lawrence of Arabia, more Roadrunner. And so
What does
my
that
assistant
mean?
printed out, Wile E. Coyote picture and put it on the cutting room wall. You could be like, lean into that kind of extravagant action. I have to tell you a little bit about how it was filmed. So a scene like this doesn't just get shot in a day or two. It's like, it was 44 days of worm unit for this part of the sequence. And that was the second unit working. There was a sizable part of the worm's surface that Timotei and also Stuntman can work on, and with a ton of dust being thrown at them every day. I had a cutting room in the same studio, and I'd see all these bedraggled people going past every night, having had 2 tons of, shit thrown at them. I've got to tell you, so many of those things were practical, That's the joy of cutting, that they're straining as hard as they can to give you as much of the picture as you can. Yeah. And VFX are doing brilliant things. I am responding to a guy throwing a hook onto a worm's scale.
Yeah.
It was all there, and they know when they've got that shot. It takes like 18 takes to get the timing of that focus ball right, and the action of the hook itself.
Was there any take?
Yo, what's going on? We got BC in the chat. BC says, how's the ginger ale addiction going? I think I've defeated it. Almost. No, I defeated it by reordering my sparkling soda drinks. So the Mason Perrier mixed with, like, I don't know, cranberry juice or whatever I can find juice-wise. Delicious. How's it going, BC? Good to see you, man. We've been productive so far. I got one more gorilla photo, which you're seeing me edit. Oh, shoot. I didn't have it on. I've got one more gorilla photo that I'm trying to wrap up here, and then I'm officially done with all of my gorilla shots. So this one is also turning out quite nice. It's different from the previous ones that I was working on, these guys. I did a few different versions of it in terms of the croppings. But now, final shot of this baby gorilla, I think I'm going to do a slightly different color grading style. So while the other ones were more kind of stuck on the greens, this one's a bit more on the warm tone. But I kind of like it because it's leaning into like sunlight coming in from the top left and then darkening up some of the other areas. So yeah, I almost feel like I could leave it as is here, but knowing me, I just want to like slightly play with these a bit more, see if we can, tune it up a bit better. BC says, oh yeah, sorry, yeah, I wasn't sharing. This is like the second time I wasn't sharing my screen properly. Late, but haven't used it in ages. Yeah, that's right. My gorilla emotes, man. Thanks for, it's what a proper time, because we are editing a gorilla shot. So thank you. Yeah, callbacks, right? I need to, like I said, I need to upgrade a bunch of things on the streams. Today's the last day of freedom. We go back to full-time Monday through Friday daily grind next week. So I won't be around Twitch during the day anymore. We'll miss your streams. We're wishing you the best. Oh, well, congratulations on the full-time. I hope you enjoy. I can imagine if you're starting back up in that full-time mode, you're going to be quite busy just trying to make sure you do a good job and, learn the ropes and all that stuff, whatever your job will be. So, I mean, congrats to you, man. I'm excited for you. Definitely will miss you on the streams, but don't worry. I mean, who knows? Maybe my stream times will change. I'll figure things out. I was planning to see if I can, over time, it'd be interesting if I can stream in a different time slot, not just this one. So we'll see. BC says yes, especially after 8 months being unemployed. Well, listen, man, you're talking to how long have I been unemployed? Technically, I've been just working for myself and hoping for the best for quite some time. I do miss having that steady income coming through. So, listen, it's grass is greener on both sides. I think having time away is always good. I was saying this, was it on today's stream? It's like the world is crazy right now. It's always crazy, but I feel especially more so these days. Everything from, whether it's economically speaking, whether it's like all the geopolitics and the wars happening every left, right, and center, but also, yeah, like whether you want to talk about AI or just like automation or just in general, like the general trend that we seem to be going, it does feel more heavy than usual when it comes to like, how will we make it in this new age of whatever the world gives us. So either way, just, keep doing you, man. I'm glad. I'm happy for you. Congrats again. And yeah, just make sure you do a good job. That's all you can do.
I
right?
love Yubel. I love Yubel.
You love Yubel.
Haha,
I
see
love
what I
Yubel.
did there.
Haha, see what I did there.
Semicolon
Nice,
closing
nice.
parenthesis.
I see what you did there. I still got my Spanish TTS voice on. Yeah. Thanks, man. I like I said, I appreciate it. We're just watching some video breaking down Dune 2 from the main editor. And then hopefully I'll wrap up this photo here. It's looking good, though.
When the guy
I'm just going to add a bit of green,
cameraman or
maybe.
something?
Every time, yeah.
No.
And then, this one, sound-wise, we're thinking, honestly, it was an instinctive thing of going with a particular image, and I felt like that was, okay, he's on the worm now, and it marks the beginning of his attempts to kind of master it. It's not scoring. It's not interfering. It's holding a pattern, which is, it's nicely minimal or it's amplifying a feeling. It's not holding your hand and saying this and then and doing that kind of Mickey Mousing. And then it's going to erupt into something, but when and how, you don't know. There's a process in the scene where you lose a sense of space, and then you see the kind of sun coming down, so you realize that the worm is leveling off. There's so much dust you can't see the background. And deliberately I cut wide. The worm is kind of trying to turf him off its back. The note I got from him was that it should be like being at the back of an old school bus and going over a major road bump. And actually, there was even in the sound at one point, I put in the sound.
Also, for old time's sake, Yobel loves Canon. Yobel loves Canon. He's just in denial, so don't believe what he says. He will never admit it, but he knows best that Canon stands above all the rest.
But he knows best that Canon stands above all the rest.
Yeah, you're right. I will never admit it. I feel like I was watching a YouTube video. Was it on yesterday's stream? There's a stream we were watching recently where I think they were shooting with Canon. Am I mixing something? Maybe it was a dream. But yeah, I swear there's something about Canon, some kind of Canon camera we were talking about recently. But listen, more power to you. Here I am. I'm still enjoying my beautiful Nikon ZR. You won't get me off of it just with a TTS voice, man. But thank you.
Even for that, it's like that made me jump when I saw that in the cinema. That abrupt cut of a huge abundance of sand just hitting the camera.
I love how nightmarish it is. You never
The sound
want him
effects
to
were
look as though
amazing.
he's mastered something before he's
Dune 2.
challenged by it, and then in comes the another big contrast, right? Before that impact. And also the choice of where to put music, because one thing we haven't mentioned about the scene so far
They
is
had
there
no
is
music,
not
yeah,
a
until the
single
end.
note of music.
Yeah.
And the whole idea is that it's going to be the natural sounds of wind, the breaths, the thumper, and the movement of the worm. It's trying to kind of not play all your toys at the same time and to let Hans's music sort of later emphasize a more spiritual quality to the scene. You know, we chose a certain moment to kind of flip from sound effects to pure hands.
Such a amazing moment. Yo, I wish I want to watch Dune 2 in theaters again. Man, what a movie.
See, you know that one of the very strongest things that you can do sonically and editorially is kind of wipe the sync out and go music, because that does a very special thing to an audience.
Absolutely.
It becomes bigger than the picture, and want to play it in exactly the right place with kind of considerable intention. And it just felt like that's the moment where we're going to do it, and then in comes the big Paul thing. This is
Goosebumps,
the
man.
Messiah, and that's what we're getting to, and that's what Stilgar is going to see, and that's what the crowd is going to see. And you have to kind of not just set up that this guy is athletically capable of riding a worm. The big thing that the whole scene is about is he's a leader. Holding him on shot really draws that out. Then you've got a backlit messianic look there.
Yeah.
Very deliberately designed.
Wait, what
Messianic
look?
there. Then you've got a backlit messianic look there.
Yeah.
Very deliberately designed.
Even a small detail with that, he says it and then the subtitle.
Yeah.
I don't know how to describe it, but it just felt right to wait for a moment.
I mean, I can't express to you how much time we take timing the subtitles. I'm always trying to kind of get people to look at the screen first.
Yeah.
You know, because otherwise, if it's subtitles absolutely in time with the dialogue, then
attention
you
to the
start
wrong thing.
reading the film. And like, if you want to read, go to a fucking library. We're in a cinema. Just slowing it down, actually, and showing his kind of mastery. It's just leaning into a more spiritual element, you know, going into the sun. You know, it's slightly exaggerated. The kind of thing crashing through that dune would have happened quicker, and we've shown it to be quicker. Here we're just sort of...
I like to describe it as calm.
Yeah, and transcendent, I think, yeah.
And then having that in contrast with what we just had barely a minute ago. It's just like that really does show the journey that he has just had, the fact that he stood up, taking control of the worm. One of the things that's probably really interesting for me to explore is, in his interviews, I always do love talking about the spectacle part. Like, what are the loud, big scenes? But as I've come to learn in all of this, like, those don't work without the appropriate sort of emotional context. I've actually come to really like the more intimate scenes now as well. And also just sometimes the comedy. Like the first movie wasn't that funny, but this actually had these small elements of comedy towards it as well.
Anything else I should know?
Beside the worms and the Harkonnens, beware of the trapdoor spiders. Centipedes are very nasty. Not the big ones. They're harmless. But the little ones, you have to worry about.
Gotta get 3 every time.
I think that's funny, but it's even funnier the way that I held on Paul's face falling. And what Paul gave me.
But the little ones, you have to worry about.
It's just such a great reaction.
But the little ones, you have to worry about. And, don't ever listen to that shit.
Yeah, and we've gone across the line, if you noticed. You know, people who are into editing will know about the idea of crossing the line or the 180-degree rule. And it's interesting that they shot, you know, still the idea of... And we've gone...
Don't you have to worry about. And, don't ever listen to that shit.
Yeah, and we've gone across the line, if you noticed. You know, people who are into editing will know about the idea of crossing the line or the 180-degree rule. And it's interesting that they shot, you know, Stilgar on the left, looking left to right, Paul looking right to left in matching shots, but they also shot it round the other way for sort of two different ways of cutting the scene. And actually, I kind of found that there was like a way of using both for good purpose. Because I've gone away to the other crowd, I could go to this. We know that they're where they're standing, so it's not too dangerous to do that.
Well, so cutting to the crowd kind of then made you breaking the line just like not as jarring.
Not as jarring.
It was a really good get out of jail free card.
Yeah, and it's also partly driven by where was the best performance. And the one where he's really opened up like this was the best performance.
The Jinn, desert spirits. They whisper at night. They can possess you. Really, be careful. They are demons. But it's true. Don't listen to them.
Okay, so that's crossing the line for an abrupt cut.
Yeah, but it works. I like that. You're completely breaking the line, but that's what makes
what makes it a jump.
It's spooky. Like we get spooked, but then it's also just really endearingly funny.
It's endearingly funny that he wants to spook Paul out just as he sends him out to a rather deathly situation. I don't know what was really necessary, and I'm so glad we had this stuff to play with, is the fact that you've got to kind of like clear the palette a bit from a very, very dark scene where, you know, a guy's just seen his mother swallow a poison and start hallucinating. And the next scene, she's going to be thrown out into the desert. You know, we talked about abrupt cuts with, you know, big, enormous sequences of action, but it's possible to do that in dialogue. And I kind of, you know, if I'm looking at editing, trying to adjudicate whether somebody's a really good editor or not, or adjudicating something for an award or something, then actually the dialogue scenes give a lot away about their kind of thinking. And, you know, if you can make a conversation between two people interesting, and particularly for prolonged pages of dialogue, I think that's where you're a master.
Well, were a lot of people making mistakes in editing dialogue, and then how can they then make that work?
Cutting too much.
Just cutting too much.
Yeah, you don't allow people to kind of peer in. I mean, I know that there are some people who will find, you know, anybody used to a social media diet from the last 5 years will find some of this excruciatingly slow, probably. But they're just not, cinema is not for them, right? I'm kind of really into that, inviting the audience in to investigate and peer. And that's what's so kind of great about cinema, is you're looking at minute human moments on a massive scale. And to give them the time to do that is important. I think you have to kind of treat every cut as if it's your last 75 cents, you know, and each one is going to cost you. And if you overuse it, then you tire people out. You should think about it as being the most precious decision.
I mean, unfortunately, you just described all of web media content. Oh, I can't put that in. No, I'll lose all my clients.
What a freaking video. Damn, that was really good. I probably won't start another video because we're at the tail end of this video edit. So I'm just going to put some music back on. And we're almost done with this image. I just got to figure out the right direction to take this one with the colors and then also with this tonal range. Because it looks a little too flat now without increasing the white point. So let's see. Okay, looks better. Let's add that film grain. I think this one, we'll try the 65 because I'll probably end up cropping in a bit, so I don't want too much of that graininess. Halation, maybe. Hold on. Okay. Halation is like, it could be distracting. It's not too crazy, so I don't mind it as much. And where you see the effect mostly is obviously on the eye, and the effect on the eye is not actually too bad. So I could see keeping it. And then with the bloom effect, it's just a question of like, does it make it too pinkish on the top of the fur, like the top of the head? I kind of like this halation effect though. So here, let's see what we can do with adjusting the colors just a bit. I don't think I want to do anything crazy, but maybe just bring a little green back in. I mean, it doesn't look too bad in this kind of warmish tone, but I generally have, I mentioned this before on the stream, but stylistically I've been shifting more towards a kind of a cooler tone in general. This one I am breaking that a bit by bringing the warmth in, but here you see me kind of reverting back. Man, why is my back so itchy somewhere? Green and blue. Green and blue, maybe. I think the reason why I'm leaning towards cooling this image down a bit is there's like a really nice contrast between the amber of the eyes and right next to it. So like I feel like if I make everything too warm, you don't get to see the nice contrast of the color of its eyes. Whereas if I cool down the image a bit while retaining the amber coloring, then that contrast is much more drastic, right? You get like, instead of seeing the face coloring being like more warm temperature, if it stays cool and like kind of silvery whitish kind of, or bluish, it does stand out more. I think that's the thought process. So I might bring this back into Lightroom and fix it a bit more if needed, but I think this, I can do it from here as well. Okay, I think this is good. Let me play with the halation one more time. Okay, I think I'll turn off the halation, and the main reason is I think where the warm kind of glow is coming from, it's like it's a little bit on the iris, so it kind of loses a bit of the sharpness when I apply it. Whereas here it's a bit more apparent, so it stays tack sharp. Okay, I think this is probably, let's see, do I want to add some vignetting and then bring back some light afterwards? Nah, I can always do it later. Okay, so this looks good. Going once, going twice. Sold. But we're not done yet. I still have a few more things to change on this one. A little bit of shaping the light, and then cropping. Yo, what's going on? We got Elvis in the chat. Elvis says, yes, it's great. What is the word of advice today? I think I've already, I think I've given my word of advice already. What was my word of advice? I don't know. There's a few moments, I think. We were talking about job-related stuff. Man. Unfortunately, my brain doesn't work well enough that I can just crawl back in time and figure out whatever the heck it was that I said. You'll have to watch the stream from the beginning, my friend. That's what it'll take. But how's it going, Elvis? Thanks for being here. This is the final image of my gorillas that I wanted to edit. So we are officially going to be done with gorillas after today. But I just wanted to see what else we can do with this particular shot. So now looking at this from a distance, there's a bit of a greenish tint to the photo, which is not bad, but it's a little bit away from the cooler tones I usually wanted to employ. So let's see if we can kind of fix it simply. Let me just play with the temp. No, we want to do the background. So again, just play with this a bit. Actually, I don't mind this kind of bright green. Hold on. I don't think I'll make it as in your face, but let's say we do something like this. And then let's go ahead and try to reapply. Yeah, okay. So we're going to do another linear gradient from the top left. Coming in from the left. Drop the contrast. Lift the blacks. Maybe drop the dehaze. Yeah, this looks good. Okay, so now we're getting a bit of that soft light coming through from the top, which works perfectly because obviously that is where the sunlight was, and you can see it on the what you call this, like the rim, the top of the head of the gorilla here. And then the question really is, do I keep it cool or do I warm it up? Let's see. It's a very, very subtle difference. You know what? You know what? Let's stick to a style. I've been doing very cool tones, so I might as well stick to that. So I think the sunlight effect that we're doing here, I won't increase the temperature of it, so we'll keep it in this kind of whitish lighting coming through. And the question is, how much of it do we want? This is obviously a bit more muted, and then this is like in your face. Let's try in your face. I feel like this photo warrants a bit more, you know, in your face attitude. I really like this one. It's also my final image, so why not go off with a bang kind of a feel to it. Elvis as well. I am glad I hopped in just from work. Well, I hope you had a good time at work, and I'm glad you're here. Glad you're enjoying it. Yes, we're gonna keep it this way. We are still not done yet. Let me see. Do I need to add a bit of lifting the blacks on the other side? I think so, because it's a little bit too pitch dark now on the other side. So we're gonna lift the black mainly just from the bottom right corner. So just add a bit of a fade effect, but I don't think we need it that extreme. So let me just start from 0 and just like lift it up slightly and look at the thumbnail until I'm happy. I think this is where I'm happy. Now what I think, anything else we need to do to the eyes? I don't think so. Cool. All right. Final step. Let's figure out the aspect ratio that works best for this image. So right now we are in the original shot. I haven't done any cropping. So it's a 2:3. 16:9 looks like this. Okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's pretty normal. 16:5 is now where we get into a bit of cropping. So we'll have to, if we do a 16:5, it's like we're accepting that we're not going to get the full body or the full head. So then it's just trying to see, is there like a creative angle that I could find here? And this kind of looks more like something you would put on a website. You know, it's like one of those, you need space on the left to put a messaging or like a website banner. Nothing wrong with it, but we'll keep it for now. But I don't think this is the right aspect ratio for what this image demands. I think the image demands the full shot. So I'm leaning towards the 16:9 is probably best. But I also, as we mentioned, I want to test out the IMAX. Cyrone says giving LinkedIn banner vibes. Oh wait, did you say that? I didn't read your message, so it looks like we're on the same page then. But yeah, okay. I feel like this photo does warrant a full body shot. And because like the rest of the image is abstract enough, right? It's just a bunch of like random lighting and fade effects. So there's nothing wrong with actually having a more expansive image, in my opinion. Because it's all like one flowy thing. And it kind of also, you know, as I think about it, this is a baby gorilla. And as such, I think to play with scale, if I zoom in too much, we lose the element of it's a freaking baby, right? So it shouldn't necessarily take up the entire space. You should kind of lean into the fact that it's tiny. So I think showing more environments might make more sense, so we don't lose that element of like scale. But also I'm just bullshitting. Everything I say, guys, is just like me trying to justify anything I do, really. It's called the art of the bullshit, and I excel at it. I master it. But yeah, I think that's a good rationale. As a baby image, we want scale. And showing it's a tiny thing in a large world kind of a feel. So this is the IMAX aspect ratio, the 1.43. I see nothing wrong with that. So I might keep this one. And then I think I want to try at least one more, but just back in the typical 16:9. It might even just be a 16:9 or like the original 2:3. But 16:9, it's like when I can, it makes sense because obviously it just takes with the full screen. It works for YouTube quite a bit. But even for my new style of how I've been making some YouTube videos with like photo montages, I don't need to take up the full screen. So it's not that important anymore. Because now I've been doing some intentional like a gradient background and then having a smaller scale shot of my photo. So, and like adding a border to it so it looks like it's framed. So 16:9 I'm not as like beholden to anymore. So here's 16:9. And then here's the original 2:3. But now I also don't feel as beholden to 2:3 because we're going to test out the IMAX ratio of 1.43. And that 1.43 to 1 is like very, very, very similar, I'm realizing, to a 2:3. So we're going to stick to just the 1.43. So just to have something that's slightly more different, we'll keep a 16:9. And then the question is, do we center it? I don't have enough space to really play too much with like off centering. Now this one just feels weird. It feels inhuman or like unnatural. So I think we need more environment. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go full this way. Keep it somewhat centered. So we got option 1, IMAX, option 2. And then you know what? I don't think this one works at all. So if we have a third option, what would it be? Let me try. Oh, let's try vertical. Oh, this could be interesting, but it's way too much of a punched in shot. This would be a really nice potential to do it vertically like this if both eyes were focused. But I only have one eye tack sharp, the other one I'm, trying to mask and correct for, but yeah, so we won't go that punched in. But let's see. What if we... It's like an interesting shape to the gorilla. Just the amount that's showing up, it's like in this weird oblong football shape or like an egg shape, which is slightly unnatural. Feels slightly off maybe, but could be interesting. You know what? I think I do want a vertical version though, so let's assume this could be it. I don't think we can do a 9 by 16. We don't have enough space for that. Unless I, again, just crop into, like, commit to the crop. Nah. Not as good as just doing the 3x4 here. Okay, cool. So we got 3 versions now. Vertical, IMAX, normal cinema theater. And we're done. Guys, we are done. That's the final gorilla shot that I'm going to edit from this. Okay, we're done, but not we're done. As in, let me... It's always just better to do it now while I can. I'm going to create 3 different versions, yeah? So crop this one. Reset the settings. And just retain the crop. Crop number 2, IMAX. Create a duplicate. Reset the settings. Crop for that. And then crop 3. Duplicate. And reset the settings. Boom, boom, boom. Let's change the color label all to purple. And now we're done. So basically, I mean, it's not the best ordering of things, but so imagine here. Whoops. Oh shoot, what did I just do? There we go. So we got the 3 before shots. So without any edits, this is just how the shot looked, unedited, raw, negative, whatever you want to say. So we got the 3 versions. And then here is the final versions of all 3 aspect ratio, 16:9, IMAX, and vertical. There you go. And we're done. Boom. All right, so what does that mean? I mean, we're not done with Uganda, so on the next stream, I'll just be continuing. Now we got, I think, a few more people shots, like cultural moments with the drive back to the airport. So that will take at least 1 more day of edits. But as far as Uganda goes, we're done. So then after that, just to show you guys, the work never ends. Let's find the image. So that was Uganda. Oh yeah, here we go. And so I hope you guys are excited as well as I am. Because, you know, I've already edited a lot of these photos because I had to give it to the client fairly quickly after the trip was over. But now obviously I get to sit down, especially now that I'm applying Dehancer to my images. Even all the ones that I had edited and sent over, I'm going to want to do a once over. So we got a lot of room here for some exciting edits, I think. So let's just see, for example, I think these are ones I had 3-starred previously. So once we enter into Tanzania, I'll be editing some, again, just road shots. And while normally these wouldn't be things I'm spending so much time on, what I mentioned is that I'm creating a bunch of YouTube videos where you see me between the Osmo Nano, like front point of view camera. So you get to see the behind the scenes of like the moment itself right before I shot it. Actually, just for fun. Oh wait, hold on. I should have done this with the Uganda one. Give me a second. Hold on a second. Where is my Uganda photos? Because this is always, I don't know if you guys find this fun. I find this so much fun to kind of be able to now, and this is where it's the beauty of technology, beauty of cameras and all the stuff that we have available to us. But it's kind of cool. And I hope you guys find it enjoyable that I have the ability to show you guys the actual footage from the moment itself, right? So like the behind the scenes of literally right up to the moment of where I click the shutter button, you can see how I captured the shot. So let's say Gorilla Trek, Osmo Nano, and I do have the Action 6 as well. But let's just check from this one. Hello. Okay, so we have all these like Osmo Nano shots, which has been really... Oops. It's been a really fun part of like what I've been doing here. So you can imagine... Okay, so that's way too early.
Hopefully, yeah.
This is when we started the trek. I don't think I took any footage there. Dude, okay, I'm just remembering now. I don't even know what question I asked, but if I were to put my headspace back into this moment, I think I asked a question, and then I think I regretted asking the question because then it turned into a long session where he was explaining and responding to me. I was like, ooh, I didn't mean to hold us back. What did I ask?
Gorilla.
Yes. What is the name of the family? This gorilla family?
The family we are visiting is called Kulingo, and the oldest family in this sector. It was habituated way back in 2004.
Oh.
Yeah, it has 2 silverbacks, has some babies, total individuals in the family, they are 12.
So all things considered,
is one of the big.
I'm glad I asked the question because it's always great to get these moments. You never know what makes it into the final cut for like one of my YouTube videos or whatever else. So there's some at least context here where he's explaining, and even if I don't include this, his explanation I can utilize as a voiceover, right? As like a informational, like, oh, so we are going to see the gorilla family named Karingo. It's the oldest one, blah, blah, blah. So I can always leverage the knowledge that was retained here so I can spit it back. But in the moment, I felt like, ooh, I feel bad. Because like, obviously we want to get to the gorillas, sooner the better. And now we, I had us paused for a few minutes. Anyways. Okay, so we cross, we find the gorillas. Okay, so we finished the gorillas here, so it must be in this video somewhere. Okay, this must be actually, hold on, let me just go back one. Okay, so let's see if I can find the actual photo moment of these baby gorilla shots that I was taking. So this is how close you can get to the freaking gorillas, man. You can see right there, like I could almost touch from where I was standing. I could almost touch the silverback's ass. Not that I ever would. I mean, I think life is too precious to end it so quickly and so abruptly like that. But yeah, the silverback's right there. And then the rest were just chilling there. And I was, let's see. So I was doing some video moments. Okay, so still video mode. But even for this, I think this is so much fun now. Because like here, you can imagine even for like my YouTube video, you can see the literal behind the scenes. So you feel like that kind of immersive POV of like, okay, here I am. Here's how I'm recording. And you do see a little glimpse of like, oh, this is what it looks like on the monitor. And then I can transition to the actual moment, right? I can transition to the full screen, fully color graded, slow motion, whatever else I apply to the shot of this baby, climbing onto the mother's back, doing whatever it's doing. Trying to see when I switch over to photo mode though. Okay, so still same thing. So I'm still in video mode, but again, you get that nice little behind the scenes, and then I can transition over during the video. There we go. Okay, so now at that point, I switched over to photo. So it might be coming up in terms of the key shots I took. I hope I didn't cover it up with this camera. Oh yeah, and you're seeing here the thing that I talked about, which was an issue for me. When you're switching between video and photo mode. Cyronius asked, what was the name of that chest harness you're using? It is the Cotton Carrier CCS G3 harness, I think. Is like, I just remember it's a super lengthy name. You can find it on the first episode, which I posted on YouTube. So what's pinned to the chat is episode 2, which you should definitely check out if you haven't. And it within there, you also see linked the first episode where I kind of talk through and I actually show a breakdown of the entire rig that I set up. It was like a 5-camera rig, right? So it's the Cotton Carrier CCS G3 harness. And then it comes with the front chest holster. And then there's an optional second, like a side holster along the waist strap. So you can put, that's where I kept the second camera. Then I had the shoulder mount where I attached the Action 6. And then I had the Osmo 360 attached to my front camera through like a tilt-a-arm, which you can see on the screen right now. And then I had the Osmo Nano hooked up to my hat as like the 5th camera. It was crazy setup, but it worked. But the one issue I mentioned is like, as someone who does hybrid video and photo, when I switch from video to photo, I have to take care of this freaking ND filter. Because obviously, or not obviously, but like when I'm taking my photos, usually I want as much light to hit the sensor as possible. So then I have to take off the filter, which is no problems with this Freewell ND filter. It's magnetic, so it's very easy to take it off. The issue I have is, where do I hold it? And that's where I think, Cyronius, I was talking to you about, like, man, maybe if I 3D print some kind of an attachment, so I could put like the magnetic, what do you call it, like the sister piece or whatever. And so then when it's not in use, I can just take the ND filter off, snap it onto the back side of that magnet thing, and then there we go. I can shoot hands-free, take care of the photos, and then when I'm ready, just put it back on. So you're seeing, this is where I struggle. It's like, oh, what do I do? So then this is what I do. It's so annoying. I just have to literally hold it in my hand, and then I'm just, so now my left hand is completely useless in terms of helping me get the shot. So it's just a little bit, you know. Okay, so I was taking the baby gorilla over on the right side. And then here we go. This is the money shot. This was the baby that was like, oh man, here we go. Unfortunately, my Osmo 360 camera is like smack dab in the middle of this. Looking for the key moments. Cyrena says, if I had the system in hand, I could totally make something. Man, you're giving me more reason to fly over to the States. We'll see, but... Oh, here it is, here it is. Boom, boom, boom. That's the shot. Oh, so I'm happy. I have the moments. And then the final moments, it stands up. Nothing there. Okay, so I think that's it. I think that ties into the actual photo here, right? For sure, it was this moment. So these moments were lined up with the actual behind the scenes. So again, the thought process is that as I start with the Osmo Nano point of view or the Action 6, I'll double check both cameras to see which one has the best angle. So now as a video, even for like a Instagram reel, things like that, you get that nice transition from a behind the scenes, more raw in the moment moment, and then transition from like the moment you see me press the shutter button, do a little sound effect, and then we move over to the actual photo itself. So Yeah, and then we got a few examples here. And guys, just for your own interest, I think I shared this before, but I'll share it with you guys again. Because also, if anyone's got opinions or feedback, I'm all ears. But I mentioned I've been recording the past 20 live streams every time I've been editing photos, because for each of these key photos that we end up editing that looks amazing, I want to see, can I turn it into a series easy enough, like a template that I can use to create more reels, shorts, that kind of stuff. Because that's always been my struggle of like figuring out how can I do this properly. Cyrena says, so damn cute. Yeah, man, baby animals in general for sure, but the baby gorillas are great. So surprised they let you get so close. Well, this is the thing. And again, this is a huge testament to the program, what the government's done here in other countries for like habituation. But this is something that takes years of effort, of like constant tourists coming, small groups, habituating these different gorilla families to get accustomed to the presence of humans enough until it's literally like generations, or you get to a point where the silverback from its birth has always been accustomed to seeing humans, that kind of a thing, right? So then it just becomes like, it's another human. They know that we're not threats as long as we abide by the rules and everything. And it allows then for tourism to thrive in the area. The money that goes into it eventually trickles down throughout the economy and to the community, stuff like that. So yeah, I think it's really nice. Let me just quickly play. So this was, I showed this example previously, but here is my thought process is I was thinking for each of these edit moments, at least for my most recent trip, which is the ones that I've been recording the screen for anyways, I have a lot of these behind the scene captures, right? I think for the most part, all of the key photos that I took across this trip, I should have an accompanying, like an Osmo Nano POV shot. So then what could happen is before I show the editing process, I can start off by showing the actual moment. And then as it switches over, you would then see the raw image. And then I just kind of fade in a time lapse. So then you just kind of see the I say quick, but it's just the sped up version of me editing the image, right? So that was the image that you saw in the moment. Then you see just like, it's a bit of nonsense, but you can see quickly that I'm like clearly doing something. And eventually we transition to the final shot. So then I can show like, okay, so all that work turned into this moment. And so you get a quick little before and after. And then maybe if it makes sense, I can just show like one full screen close up of the shot. So that's kind of like the current format that I was thinking I would try to start editing for as a template. So video to start, photo time lapse in the middle, and then just like here's the final piece at the end. Which means, so even for the example I just gave, that means you would imagine a quick video where you see me photographing this baby gorilla, and you can kind of see it through the Osmo Nano. The moment you see that shutter go off, boom, it switches over. Then you see this time lapse of the entire edit that I just did to get to this final image. Then we get to show the little before and after moment. So let's say from this to that kind of a thing. So simple enough, right? But execution is everything. And so the thought process is that for each of these videos, I would have a different soundtrack as well. Because for me, I kind of enjoy, it's allowing me to listen to music again, which I unfortunately haven't had as much time in my day-to-day to like spend dedicated time. I don't even have my Spotify account anymore, or I don't have Spotify Premium. So there's a time I used to just be absorbing music after like song after song. Now it's all like, copyright free stock music kind of a feel to it. So this will allow me to kind of find catchy tunes and see if I can apply my video edit and the time lapse and the reveal to some of those nice sounding soundtracks. So anyways, keep an eye out for that. I hopefully over the weekend, as I have more time now, I'm going to try to edit some extra versions of that, right? We've got so many shoebill stork, chimpanzee, people shots, and now these gorilla shots that I can at least start making a number of these Instagram reels and see if if people enjoy it or not. Even if people don't enjoy it, I think I'm just going to stick with it, because the other benefit of making these types of videos is that it also allows me to promote my live streams, right? It's like, oh, this editing time lapse you're seeing right now, in this like 15-second video that was done in yesterday's live stream or on this particular live stream. So then in case, all it takes is one, right? 1 out of 1,000 people who watch that short, maybe they're like, oh, I really like this photo of the baby gorilla. And then in the description, it's like, oh, he's linked the specific live stream where that photo was edited. So then I might as well click on it and watch it maybe, or just that key segment where, you know, the edits were happening. And then who knows, maybe there's an additional person who supports the stream and starts watching the live stream. So a lot of wishful thinking, a lot of like moving parts that don't necessarily line up necessarily, but could potentially if executed properly. So there you go. Markman says, I'm at work, but just wanted to say what's up. Well, thank you very much for watching my stream during work. I am just wrapping up, though, probably, because it is now 11:30 p.m. I didn't realize how fast time flies. And we did finish the final photos of the gorilla, so I feel like that's a nice little place to end things at. But yeah, it is freaking 11:30 p.m. I'm so hungry. I feel like I just need to end the stream right now and eat. Like I haven't eaten all day besides my coffee and my my soda drink. But yeah. Markman says I'm at work. Oh yeah, sorry, I read that. Okay. Oh man, why do I feel so exhausted though? Guys, I won't be streaming tomorrow. So the new schedule again I'm trying to test out is Sunday through Thursdays. So yeah, so now I'm trying to do it so like Fridays and Saturdays are my days off. That way some of my friends who have like normal day jobs, you know, are adults, I can find some time to hang out with them, you know, without worry. But yeah. For those of you on Twitch, Cyronius, I think it's been a while, and so I appreciate we had someone rating us earlier. So I always forget to do this, so it's a good reminder. Let me see if I can put on a raid to someone. Oops. We got Frangie Panny. It's been a while since I was able to raid them. Hold on a second. Is there someone else that I should Yeah, let's do it. Okay. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to put on a raid over to Frangie over on the Twitch side. So she does a lot of awesome photo edits, so I feel like, yeah, it'll be a continuation of what we've been doing here. All right, so thank you guys. Outside of that, I think I'm going to just start wrapping it up. So appreciate it. Enjoy the weekend, and then I will see you guys on Sunday. So cheers. All right, hold on. Let me make sure I do this correctly, though. I always forget to hit some certain buttons, and then something breaks. So I think here I can just click on raid now, and I think we're good. Cool.
And I think it's really important.
All right, thanks guys over on YouTube and Kick. Appreciate it.